And I heard it through there. Yeah, I just not having a couple of minutes.
Here, you want to sit back here? You know? You're like, yeah.
I can sit back. Okay.
Okay.
Nice try. Nice try.
And I just.
Both these are what they're doing.
Trying to step on the front porch.
Hey, Ryan. Hey.
No.
I didn't get my house. I didn't get that. Just love you because of all the grief, but it helps.
Coming back so it's but it sounds like it's hard to, but it's not.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, John got mine.
See?
Fire department got mine.
Hey, quick question.
Are you on the job? Let's make sure that it's on.
But I'm not crazy. Because you're having water.
There we go, Dan.
Well, you should buy it.
Yeah, I just had to turn it on and off.
I'm not hearing it.
So that's
But
I told him, I texted him, told me what's going on, so I don't know if he has anything.
You're not getting out of here.
We're doing it.
We found a way to keep you. Go ahead, try.
That sounds good then. It's not, I'm a little hard to say this.
Yeah, it's oh, yeah.
I want to adopt Darlene or have her adopt me.
I know.
Carmen or Nancy, what is the Wi-Fi password?
Oh, there it is. Oh,
Thank you.
I heard it.
Yeah.
Oh my God, this guy's so good. I know I was getting all chatty Cathy over there.
I know, me too. Hi, nice to see you. All right, folks, it's 10. We are so efficient. Hi, Cole. Hi, Carolyn. So I didn't get to give you a hug yet. I saw you getting your mail, Carolyn, we passed you. Ooh, I need more chairs. Hmm?
Was.
Do we have any more capital VFD with periods, just like it says?
Yeah.
Recording in progress. 1970. 1976.
All righty, are we ready? Good morning, San Miguel County and Egnar. Hi, Jack. Well, it's great to see you all here. Don't tell anybody else in the county, but these are our two favorite meetings of the year. Not only because we have this beautiful drive, but it's just always so wonderful to connect with our community, and we really appreciate all of you coming out. And I know it's mostly for Darlene's banana bread, but no, you probably get that anyway. Maybe it's Carmen's turkey. Anyway, thank you for being here. It is just slightly after 10 a.m. and I'm calling this meeting to order. I am Commissioner Ann Brown from District 1. I'm the current chair. I'm going through the roll call here together. On my left is Commissioner Lance Waring from District 2, and our relatively new commissioner, District 3, which you all probably know, Galena Gleason. We're so happy you're here. We also have quite a few staff. As I said, it's our favorite meeting of the year. We have the Road and Bridge Department represented back there, and also Ryan over here. We have, Jesse and Alan. Did I miss another Road and Bridge person? And Ryan, who's the chief Road and Bridge? Superintendent. I always call you the supervisor, but you're the superintendent. Next to Ryan is our planning director, Kay Simonson, who has some topics to discuss with us today. To my left is Chief Clerk to the Board, Carmen Warfield. Our paralegal, Nancy Willis. I've already introduced the commissioners. County Manager, Mike Bordonia. Our relatively new county attorney, Maura Fahey. You're going to love her if you haven't met her yet. Jared Biggs, our Assistant County Manager. Sarah Enders, our Assessor. Who have I missed of the... Suzanne, where are you? Suzanne Chevins, our unfortunately outgoing communications coordinator, but she's done an amazing job. She's the first one we've ever had, and she's really gotten some good systems in place. So we will miss you, Suzanne. Behind her, we have another dignitary, Dolores County Commissioner Phyllis Davis. It's really nice to see you here, Phyllis. Thank you for being here. And I think the rest of you, of course, Darlene Williams, she's a dignitary. She's the mayor of Egnar, right? Oh, and Mikhail, our Veteran Services Officer. And he's going to speak to us as well. You got the only one who got the applause. We know you're doing a great job. Okay, that's kind of the roll call. And I know there's some other local popular people here as well, but you'll have to introduce yourself as you get ready to speak. Now that we've been through that, I would like to have a moment of silence for grounding and gratitude. Thank you. I'm super grateful to be here. Moving on to the item 4, review of the agenda. Does anybody have any additions or corrections, substitutions? No? Carmen, you nailed it. Thank you. Now moving on to item 5, public comment for items not on the agenda. This is something that we have on every agenda, and I'll read to you in a minute what it's all about. It's basically an opportunity for us to hear from members of the public, but it's not a time that we can have any dialogue or answer any questions. So we have a special item on our Egnar agenda as usual, which is item 7B, listening session with Egnar residents. And that's the best time for those of you here in the room, or if there's an Egnar resident on, or a West End resident on online to make your comments, because it's a little more informal. We have a little bit more time. So if you have something to share and you fit into that definition of Egnar residents, you may want to wait for item 7B. But other members of the public or anyone who needs to get something off their chest quickly can speak at this point, public comment for items not on the agenda. And we ask that you please limit those comments to 3 minutes. If comments are not related to an item on the agenda, there will be no board response or action taken since the topic was not posted with proper notice, and any comment could potentially violate the Colorado open meetings laws. So this is the time when I actually do time folks to make sure we stick to that 3 minutes. And again, we unfortunately cannot respond, but with the Egnar residents, we can have that dialogue at 7B. So I don't have my computer, so I can't tell if there's one person is online raising their hand. Anybody in the room want to speak at this time? Or are you gonna wait? Okay. Oh, yes. Hi. And you guys, I know I did a flawless job of introducing the staff, but I'm really not good at names. That was really stressful. So please introduce yourself, even though I know I should know who you are. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Tom Wood. I'm resident, lifetime resident here at Egnar. I just want to thank Alan and his crew for this winter. They fixed my road 3HS and they did a fantastic job. They were very professional, very courteous, and they did a great job. It's just, thank you. It's been done for a long time, and Alan jumped on it and had his crew, and they were very, very courteous about complaining about how they did it. They didn't leave no trash. You don't know how I appreciate it. Very nice. And I got one other question, and I don't know if this is the appropriate time for me.
If you want us to respond, it should be a little bit later when we have that listening session.
But I just want to say thanks, guys. You did a great job. Thank you, commissioners, for letting them get it done.
Absolutely. And I like the way we started out this meeting. Positive note. Anyone else in the room care to speak at this time? All right, we do have a member of the public online, Douglas Tooley, who would like to speak. We have 3 minutes for Doug, so carry on.
Hello, commissioners. I'm also a fan of the Egnar area, but mostly below the rim. Just real quickly, I'd like to bring to your attention that the election results for the Telluride Hospital District, which was yesterday, have not been posted as of 9 a.m. this morning. I would presume that they would have been done last night and released last night. If not, then they should be shortly. In any case, the Telluride Hospital District does raise a number of issues regarding the integrity of our local government systems that stretches beyond just any possible questions in this particular election itself. In the broader sphere, I'll mention the problems with the conduct of the gondola election last November, ballot initiative 3A, and how the fact that new clerk Michael Wazinski did err in including those second homeowner ballots. And there's been accusations that's a frivolous lawsuit, and that's just not the case. I'd like to encourage the commissioners to check out a couple spots on their way back. They're pretty easy to access. McIntyre Creek, just downstream from the Slick Rock Bridge, has a public access on it. There's been some legal issues in that in the past, but that is very definitely a large recreational resource, which can be accessed from the river road there on the western bank. There's also Nichols Creek or Nicholas Creek. I've seen it spelled a couple different ways on the map, which is just after it's the first drainage after you climb up out of the canyon. And that's worth taking a look. I think there's a lot of mountain biking potential, recreational potential up there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okie doke. Anybody else for public comment? Don't see any other hands online, so we will move on to item number 6, which is the consent agenda. Anybody have anything to say about that?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
I will second that.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
I as well. The consent agenda is approved unanimously. Moving on now to item number 7A, administrative matters. Discussion concerning the Egnar Fire District addressing mental health calls and how they are handled through the Sheriff's Department. Darlene Williams, I have you down as interested in addressing this. Is this our only
Yes.
outgoing? Okay, so this right in front of me, this microphone and this speaker is the only way we're picking up people speaking in the room. So, and I'm sorry, Tom, I didn't ask you to come up for your comments, but it's helpful if you want to sit or stand close to the microphone so that those on Zoom can hear it, and then also you'll be captured in the recording.
Lynn and Maggie may have something to say about this also. We had a problem with the mental health issue and had an incident. And while we were there, we had the Sheriff's Department and the deputies get pulled out, including the ambulance, which left Melissa, the mental health person, there alone with the patient. And the fire department stayed on hand because we didn't know what to do. We called the sheriff's dispatch. They said they wouldn't send anybody. They wanted to transport her to Montrose. They refused a deputy for us and an ambulance, and we were at a loss. You know, what do we do? And there's no direction. So today we're going to ask you guys to tell us at this point, what do we do on a mental health call?
I can address that. You may or may not know that one of the top 3 priorities of this board for over the past couple of years has been improving access to mental health services throughout the county. And one of our specific goals has been to bring back a co-responder program. Co-responder program is when a mental health professional accompanies either the EMS services or service or the sheriffs or marshals or whatever police law enforcement officer when there is a mental health call. And the idea is that this mental health professional can really address a mental health issue if that's indeed what it is. We've had many meetings on the East End about bringing that program back, which previously existed in the Sheriff's Department, the Sheriff's Office in San Miguel County. And it ended not because it wasn't working, but because the person who was staffed there left the area. And I do think that what we've learned in the course of these meetings of trying to bring it back, reinvigorate it as a pilot program on the East End, which we would then obviously expand throughout the county, is that we really don't have enough calls to staff a traditional behavioral health program, or sorry, co-responder program. And so what happened previously is because the team was sort of not fully engaged in that work, they ended up getting pulled off to other things, and then they ended up being so fractured it just didn't work. So we decided that a traditional co-responder program is probably not going to meet the needs of the county. And so we are currently, and if staff wants to add anything to this, let me know. We are currently in the process of a behavioral health strategic plan, and the commissioners have asked the strategic planners and the team within the county working on that to provide some options for us. How can we meet the need for, you know, a traditional co-responder program without paying 2 full-time people to do a job that really isn't full-time? There was something else I wanted to mention about that. Anyway, I guess that's where we are right now. I will also add that our current sheriff, who has about 30 days left before his retirement, Bill Masters, has been very cautious about sending his deputies on mental health calls because he has seen some lawsuits against the people who respond if they should in any way sort of step, in doing their very best, step out of bounds. And that has a lot to do with, as I understand it, Senate Bill 217, which has changed the dynamics of law enforcement and their liability. So the current sheriff has made that his policy that he will not, and his team will not respond to mental health related calls. We have an incoming sheriff. I don't know if you all followed that, but this commission last week appointed Dan Covalt, who is the current undersheriff, to take over for Sheriff Masters beginning on June 2nd. And one of our questions that we asked during the interview process, there were two candidates, was how do you feel about the current, the sheriff's current policy on this? And Sheriff Under Sheriff Covalt felt it was important that we be a little bit more flexible and provide some service when it is needed in terms of containment and supporting the mental health professionals such as Melissa that you mentioned. And I stated in my remarks that that was a differentiating factor for me, that he was willing to relook at that policy and provide support, which the sheriff's office previously did, but does no longer. So, which is to say, and I'd like the rest of the team here to add to what I said, Darlene, but I think that I know that Dan Covalt is interested in coming over here and talking to this group about that need and working together with behavioral health providers in the county to figure out a way to serve that need. So that's kind of where we are right now. What did I miss? Anybody?
I touched base with Jennifer Dinsmore, and I know
I did too.
spoken with you a little bit about that and talked about the existing resources of Paragon and Access, but I think it's mostly this transition that Commissioner Brown has referred to that is likely to get us back to how it used to be, where our law enforcement, our patrol officers who have some level of de-escalation as well as mental health, behavioral health training should, it was the opinion of our incoming sheriff that they should be there and should be doing that. So we're excited to see that come back.
I just wanted the board to know that Dolores County will not respond with their officer or their ambulance anymore.
And is that because of jurisdictional boundaries, or do they have a new policy?
They didn't actually say. They just pulled everybody off and said, we will not respond to any more mental health.
Lance?
When you say not respond to any more mental health, does that mean that they would still respond to a call for assistance with a crime or traffic? Okay.
We had one since then, and yes, an officer did come to help us.
Okay. Sounds like when we have that new sheriff in place as of June 2nd, that there's going to be a re-examination of both our policy, and once we've got that figured out, perhaps we can talk with the Dolores County folks too and see if there's a way to share anything that we've learned or that we've changed, and perhaps they'll be willing to join in as well. I know that the undersheriff has good connections with the Dolores County Sheriff, and I think that may improve relations between those two offices.
Okay.
Thanks, Lance. That was the only thing I was going to add, is that I have spoken with Dan Cobalt, and he is a long-standing friendship with Don Wilson, Sheriff Wilson, and said he wants to get us back to working more closely together.
And I think that together with some suggestions that will come out of the behavioral health strategic plan, I think we'll find our way, working our way towards a better handling of these situations across the county. So just to know, and Cole, I see your hand, that this is of concern to the commissioners as well. And we do, well, it's not going to be tomorrow. I think, within the next few months, we will have made a little bit of progress.
Appreciate that.
I just wanted to say thank you for bringing this to our attention and sharing this at this meeting. It's very timely for all the reasons mentioned. And it's certainly top of mind for all of us. And so we'll stay in close communication as well, just to make sure that you're kept in the loop with how things are evolving. And I'm certain under sheriff, the interim appointed Sheriff Dan Cobalt will reach out after he's sworn in. Yeah. There was a hand.
Yes, Cole, and then,
The county is paying into the ambulance at Dell Creek, correct?
I believe that we have supported them financially, Mike.
We did a $15,000 financial contribution to Dove Creek Ambulance and Chief Diamond this year, correct? And that was because of their response to Egnar Slick Rock area, especially Slick Rock Hill. Where they're often having those transports and they're not getting reimbursed for some of those transports.
It makes total sense to me. I was just surprised then they.
But you're not part of their taxing district, as I understood from. What I understood from Chief Diamond was that Egnar isn't actually in his taxing district, and that's why he's going to continue coming to the county for a contribution.
No, it made sense for the county to do a contribution.
Yes.
I don't understand how they can not allow the ambulance to transport when the county has given them $15,000 for the ambulance.
That's a great question, and this is new news to me, so I'll be following up with him tomorrow.
That's why we have meetings.
That's right. Yes, hi.
Hi, I'm Patty Thomas.
Hi, Patty.
Darlene, I want to reiterate what she said. Thank you so much. I had no idea we did not have mental health coverage in this community. No idea whatsoever. And I believe, like you, if we are donating to the ambulance, we should be getting whatever. They can't pick and choose which services they want to give us. So I'm really grateful that this is being handled and that I now know about it, so that when I break down, I'll just have my husband take me on.
That's our plan at our home as well, Patty. Yeah. All right. Anyone else in the room care to comment on this? I see we do have a hand online. Mr. Tooley, would you like to comment on this as well?
Yes, I would. If I just might start off by saying, it's kind of disrespectful not to put a face to allow cameras to be turned on when an individual is testifying online. I see no reason to do that. It's dehumanizing, especially in the context of other actions. My one knowledge of a mental health incident in Egnar was shortly after I moved to San Miguel County. And that was an individual, a Native American individual by the name of Black Feather, who had an incident with his dogs. And that escalated very badly, including during his protest time here at the San Miguel County Courthouse in Telluride. I don't know the direct situation, but it looks pretty obvious that it was handled very poorly. Just jurisdictionally, it seems blatantly obvious to me that Egnar, at least from the Dolores Canyon Rim, belongs in Dolores County, as does Rico in San Miguel County. As people are, I assume, all aware, this was done with both the school districts and started with Egnar and then followed with Rico. That was quite a bit of a bureaucratic effort, as I presume also would be a county redrawing of the boundaries.
Mr. Tooley, we have a room full of people that we rarely see, and so I need to be pretty strict about sticking to the agenda item.
Well, that would address those questions. So I'll once again repeat my objections to your interruptions, your obstructions of my testimony. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else in the room regarding the mental health response? Okay, Darlene? Thank you for bringing that up. We are now moving on to one of our favorite parts of this agenda, which is 7B, the listening session with Egnar residents that I mentioned. This we are going to contain in terms of the amount of time you can speak during this. If you are an Egnar resident and you are either online or in present, we will have a nice informal dialogue. I don't need to time you. I will allow a few minutes at the end for public comment, which will be timed. So I think we have about an hour for this. I've been suggested that we wrap this up about 11:20 so we can stick to our schedule. So I am going to open it up to folks in the room who would like to bring up any topics of concern or questions. And hi, Jack, please come on up to the front if you don't mind, a little bit closer to the microphone, introduce yourself, and then we will get this party started.
Hi, my name's Jack Mott, an Egnar resident, and I have a couple of, my one question is, what is the water dock out here? They were supposed to put some steps on it and stuff, and I was kind of wondering where that is going.
My last conversation with Steve Bowman at Montezuma Water was that they were gonna level it first and then, but that's a great question, Jack, because I remember the same thing. And
As do I.
yeah, so I appreciate you reminding me, and I'll follow up with Steve.
My next question is because this has been like over probably a year and a half. What would happen like if a local citizen went in there, did some steps? Would there be some illegal consequences or?
Because you definitely a citizen that could build some safe steps.
No, yeah, I don't want to go any further than that, but yeah.
Because this person sounds like an angel.
I'm just wondering, what kind of consequences would happen, because it's been over a year and they just, and especially in the wintertime, there's a lot of people have.
Jack, I think I remember a sheriff's policy that step building is in the same bucket as mental health crisis.
So if we do it tonight, nobody would know.
I was thinking the Good Samaritan law might apply here.
That was where I was going.
I was just wondering, where to go, because something needs to be done, because even now there's rocks are starting to pop up. If you're not careful, you'll trip on them, and and luckily I don't have to mess with it in the winter, but there's a lot of people slip and slide on it. And I would just kind of like to maybe follow up or something.
Could I follow up with you? Because it'd be amazing if the materials arrived and a person could somehow.
Yeah, we can talk about
put
it.
those together.
I have a few minutes, and I'm pretty busy, but. And then,
Yeah.
yeah. And then my other deal is I'd like to also thank Alan and
Jesse?
Jesse, yeah, excuse me, for names, for finishing up the project, Tommy, because there's a couple things I kind of want to get done before I left. I need to get done, and that was one of them. I appreciate it. It looks nice, and that needed to be done. So hopefully that will help. You guys did a nice job on it. So, and there's a few other issues that I got to get done. Maybe you'll get them done too. But thank you both.
Yes, please,
Thank you.
Tom. Thank you, Jack. Oh, sorry. Did anyone else want to come on up to the mic?
Yeah, you gotta go. The seat's not electrified.
We might need a little candy bowl up
You know
here
what,
or
though?
something.
Commissioner Brown?
Yes.
Sean Francis said he was able to hear us all on YouTube. I'm wondering
Ah.
if that mic is actually able to pick up folks there.
Okay.
I'm gonna actually ask him.
All right, Tom.
Oh, yeah, if you want to be on YouTube.
Oh, no.
We're gonna make a meme out of it.
All right,
Not one of the post office balls, so.
Tom, thank you for stepping up. I think we'll try it. The next person who would rather stay where they are, Mike, you can ask Sean whether they can be heard, but you're here now, Tom, so.
In addressing that with Jack, that's very true out there. And I asked when they had the water dock freeze up this winter. And they had a guy out here, Montezuma Water had a guy, he stayed here 8-10 hours a day. And he would give us water while the water dock was broke down. And I asked him about that. And he said the conflict between the water dock is that San Miguel County owns the property. Montezuma Water owns the dock.
Nope. We own that dock. We paid $85,000 for that dock.
Oh, really?
Yep.
So
They operate it for us. And then we have an agreement with them where if they come up short in money, we make them whole. So we had to supplement the amount beyond what they charge residents for water. We, every 6 months, we reconcile with them and then we cut them a check if they're short. And so they were short the last 3 times, which is why the rates increased a little bit to see if now we can cover it. So we can stop having to do this back and forth.
I had a different.
We used that ARPA money that the federal government was giving out during COVID. That's what we used for that.
Good.
Yeah.
We appreciate the thought, don't get us wrong, but the steps is gonna be, there's a lot of elderly people here and we're all getting a little older all the time. And the step is gonna be a necessity.
I think we've got a plan for that.
Yeah, we will.
With the handrails. I mean, it needs.
You got that, Jack? Handrails?
Escalators or elevators. Yeah, no, that's what, guy, team's real nice. I mean, they've been really good to work with, but they were saying something about it. There was a misunderstanding on whose responsibility it was to put that. Step.
Montezuma had agreed that they were gonna put it up.
Yeah, it's probably a $300 or $500.
They were, yeah. So we'll figure out how it's gonna happen.
Okay.
When we come meet with you next, we won't show up unless
You'll bring us
they're.
there.
I am hearing from the folks that are watching on YouTube, they can hear the people in the back, but they're very faint. And so I was just gonna see if we could move the microphone a little bit closer, and that way folks don't have to, unless you wanna be on YouTube, you don't have to come up.
That's great, Alan. Thank you.
Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
yeah, maybe back next.
Kind of near
Yeah, maybe.
Suzanne.
That should be good.
All right, keep us posted, Mike.
And just like the elementary school, I'll use our outside voice.
Okay, Darlene.
Since we're on the, subject of the water dock, before you pay that bill to them to reimburse, why don't you find out if they actually fixed something?
Like what?
The hose that we put in on the lower part hasn't worked.
Okay.
And I don't know if it's working at this point, everybody's having to use the overhead.
Oh.
And for people doing it for their cows and stuff, you get great big loads, big. Time consuming.
Okay.
So. I know they come out here and I know they made 3 trips for a part that they didn't need.
Oh. Okay.
Because it wasn't a problem, it was a wire off. So you might, a little bit more talking to them before you pay bills.
That sounds great. Thank you for that. Another thing I wasn't aware of. That's good to know.
How often do we pay that bill, Mike?
Every 6 months.
So maybe before, as Darlene suggested, the next bill, would there be someone from the county who could just come out and do a quick look?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then maybe touch base with some of the users to see if there are any issues. That's a great idea, Darlene. Very strategic. Okay. Anything else on the water dock? All right, we're ready for the next one.
And
Oops. Yeah, we could do that. Let's do that. So Rob Thayer.
yeah.
Is this a good time for, okay. Rob Thayer had addressed a letter to the commissioners on March 31st, and we wanted to make sure we made time for that during this part of the agenda. Would you like me to read the letter or the notes, or would you like to read them, Rob?
Do we need to?
Up to you. I just want to make sure you don't miss anything.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll read it. I would appreciate a discussion on plowing and maintenance of J7 Road. Currently, J7 Road, east of Highway 141, is on seasonal maintenance with no plowing in the winter. J7 is a half-mile stretch of road leading up to a subdivision where there are currently 3 homes, with a 4th home being built this summer. Another 40-acre lot is on the market. I contend that San Miguel County should consider this stretch of road as a viable county road and should be maintained as such. Large chunks of road base are on the surface of the road, which is a danger to the public. Halfway up J7, the road has no road base whatsoever and bare dirt gets really slick. You all approved this subdivision, ... All right, Rob, would you like to add to that?
I want to thank, the local boys. Every time I've met with them, they've been great. And, they're restricted by the current rules, which I understand. So I segued into where I was going to get a bond and start plowing that road, because I've been plowing it for 5 years illegally, apparently. And I also graded in the summer several times when the road face gets bad. I've had a blowout on that road, my neighbors had a blowout. It's a liability right now, I appreciated that all 3 of you guys everybody drove up there after the meeting. And took a look at it. It gets a lot of use for being called a seasonal road, there's no seasonal sign on it until you hit BLM. A half mile further. It also services a cell tower up there and radios, I don't know the specifics, but it needs to be accessed in emergency situations, and if that half mile was plowed and maintained, then it levels out up on top of it, it would be much easier to access the cell towers in an emergency situation. And I think we also have radio antennas up there that fail at times that we need to access. So I worked through the county guys, they've all been really helpful. And, it's just, I figure it's up to the commissioners to take a look at this for future planning, or ideally now to start maintaining it. There's 7 more lots up there, they're all 40-acre lots, and at some point they'll all sell. Liability. Some ranchers also asked, there's a cattle guard at the bottom of J7, and there's another one down around K9, and those cattle guards get really filled up with dirt, and their cows get stuck and walk out onto the cattle guards. So they just asked me to pass that on to the county. There's 2 cattle guards that could be cleaned more often. And they're out of sight, so nobody really knows there. There's no fault to the county whatsoever. But I just wanted to pass that on the rancher's behalf.
Sir, can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
You mean J7, because as you know, our county road system is, if it's east-west, the number or the letter comes first, north-south is the number comes first. Did you mean 9K? Because I'm not seeing a K numbers.
Oh, down below?
Yeah.
Well, it's probably just.
It is 9K, okay, perfect. I just want to make sure I was looking at the right one, thanks.
J7, that's one off the hill right now.
Yeah, J7's just off, I've driven.
Right, yeah, you go around the third, this first road. to the
Yeah.
right there.
Yep.
Okay, so
I'm familiar with J7, I just wasn't familiar with 9K.
9K is the intersection where the cattle guard needs attention.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Tom or Rob, anything else on that before we respond?
No.
Okay, you're welcome to sit or stand. Mike, would you like to address that, or Ryan, or Alan?
I prefer one for road and bridge, but.
Okay. Why don't we start first with the cattle guard, because that seems like an easier potentially, Ryan, hi.
How's it going?
Good.
Yeah, so the cattle guards that we routinely clean all the cattle guards that are in the road that have been placed in the road. One of the criteria is that the fences are maintained on the side of the cattle guard, because if they stop maintaining the fences, we're gonna start removing the cattle guards. But if there's a rancher, if there's one that we've missed or that is plugged by a summer thunderstorm, then yeah, they can either notify the local crew or call us at the office, and we'll get that scheduled.
Cool.
To clean out. But yeah, we clean those out throughout the county from Telluride all the way down.
All right, I'll pass that on. They're gonna be running their cows up there soon.
Okay, yeah, if they're moving up there, a lot of times, they won't notice it till they either pull cows out or they're putting it back in.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we've been doing some cattle dog work down in Slick Rock for Mr. Heat, helping him out with some down there, so. And then as far as,
Do you want to mention the online portal where we can, all citizens report road and bridge issues? Because I found that very effective if you'd rather use a computer than, be on the phone?
Yeah, on our website, there's a repair reporting system. And you just click on that, fill in the blanks and give us a way to contact you back so that we can reach out if we have any specific questions, either email or phone number. And then we can respond to it, but we'll answer that. And that goes straight into our system and we can forward that along to whichever district it is.
Cool.
Yeah, we can respond quicker that way.
Okay.
A lot of times it's better than, calling the office and the phone might not get answered for, a few days or somebody might be on vacation or but that system, it'll get answered quicker.
All right.
Yeah, and then, as far as roads, it's, J7, there's a lot of roads that we have that are just seasonally maintained. I know J7, that's a native surface road, so the fact that it has, rocks and it has that, whatever surface is out there is the surface that's just from the native material that's around there. We typically don't do any snow removal on seasonal roads like that. We don't, a lot of times we don't even, issue permits on those types of roads because it doesn't have an all-weather driving surface. It is very seasonal, and that road does access, the sheriff's communication towers. I know when Eric Berg was here, I know he was, very active out there. We spent a lot of time helping him out up there. If they need access, emergency access to that, we've worked with them in the past to help them get up there, get equipment or materials up there to be able to work on the cell towers. And as far as subdivisions, if I know subdivisions out here are a little bit different.
I just texted Kay, she just noticed, because I don't believe we approve subdivisions.
Well,
Yes, we do. Here.
But if they're all 40-acre parcels, then they're probably split up but without an official process. So, but typically on that improvement, the improvement, even if it's a subdivision, part of that is that the subdivider or the homeowners, they're responsible for upgrading that road and bring it up to a standard that's our standard to meet the needs for the subdivision.
And that probably was done 20 years ago.
Well, it's still, that road is still a native surface road. It's still, it hasn't been upgraded to the standards of a local access road.
So when the county takes on a road into the system, it has to be to that county road spec. We generally refer to ASHTO, the kind of most common specification, but it's in our land use code. We get requests and I'm not downplaying yours at all, but we're getting them for a lot of areas, especially, between Norwood and Telluride, where these outlying areas are growing like crazy. And folks are purchasing expensive properties, expensive homes, and then calling us and saying, why aren't you improving the road, or why aren't you winter maintaining it? Unfortunately, Road and Bridge has only ever had one approved mill levy in the last 30 years, and it's a half of 1 mill. The commissioners, in addition to that, take money from the general fund mills and allocate it to Road and Bridge. But essentially, we've been at the same funding level or a similar funding level for a very long time in Road and Bridge. Because every time we've gone to the voters to say, hey, do you want to improve the quality of the roads, the surface of the roads, the staffing, the voters have consistently turned it down. And it puts these guys into a terrible spot. And then also we're trying to at least maintain what we have. And then where we're getting, I'll give you an example, up Stacey Mesa M44 Road. There's a bunch of homeowners that are demanding a higher level of service, and I'm saying, if you want to pay for that, then we can entertain that, but we can't do it with our existing funds. When I came on, Road and Bridge Fund was supposed to be bankrupt this year. We're on, and so we started with the commissioner's authorization. We've been saying, hey, any capital item they need, the county will pay for that instead of Road and Bridge Fund, because they can't afford it. So we're trying to just keep them solvent, keep the level of service we have until we can figure out something else.
Well, can we factor that into the future?
There's other options as well, as far as like you can form assessment districts, or you can form like service areas, and there's statutory ways to be able to form a district. The homeowners can or the property owners, they can vote and create an area where assess a tax that goes for a specific purpose, and it could be for road maintenance, it could be for fire service, it could be for, whatever service, but that money that's generated has to be used for that specific purpose. We did this, it was, I think in 2018, it was about a 3-month long, information, like we collected some info on all the roads, all of the private roads not private, but the county roads that were being privately maintained, and what it would cost in order for us just for the county to take over just winter maintenance of those roads. And it was really challenging. And what we found out was we would take about 1.9, in addition of 1.9 mils, when right now the only thing we have is 0.5. And that was approved, with the caveat that services would remain the same. And that, because originally we had, before that, we didn't have any committed mill levy. It was just the 1.4 that used to come from that the commissioners just gave Road and Bridge forever. So, but as far as committed funds, yeah, we're very limited.
Aren't all these subdivisions state law? When you create a subdivision, the road has to be brought up to county specs before the subdivision is finalized. Let's have Kate's other thing, a plan.
Yeah. So under state law, you can create a 35-acre or larger parcel by deed without any county review. And that's how most parcels out here are created. There is a process to carve off a few small lots out of large lots. That's called subdivision exemption. It goes to the Board of County Commissioners for approval. And there may be requirements in there to dedicate roads or bring current roads up to specs, but it really depends on the situation. Usually when we get those small 4-lot subdivisions, they're not doing internal roads. What they're doing is shared driveways, which isn't the county's thing. So it really does depend case by case, but we see so few subdivisions out here. They're pretty rare.
Well, this spring, the guys have been improving that road, marking the culverts in preparation for me to be able to plow next winter, and I appreciate that. But I guess, so I've been plowing illegally for 5 years. And what happens when I run my grader down that road this summer, when in a couple of weeks, if we get rain, I gotta grade that thing.
Well, technically, you're not supposed to do anything other than drive on. So it's any activity other than that, you're required to get a permit authorization.
Yeah.
So,
How much is that permit, Ryan?
for private maintenance, I believe it's $250.
Lifetime?
That's per year. Each year. And then there's also a bonding procedure too, where you'll have to post a bond.
Yeah. Well, your county guys have been real helpful.
Is does the county grade that road normally in the summer? I think it's like once in the summer, once in the fall.
Well, yeah,
Spring.
usually we just grade it just once a year.
Yeah, once a year.
Well, they've been doing this fall, spring and fall.
Well, yeah, I mean, typically where it gets summer maintenance only, depending on the road, depending on what's accessed, sometimes we only do it, we might only do it once every 5 years. But, so that road, if it's been getting tubed, they've been doing it in the spring and fall, then, it's kind of as needed.
Right.
Yeah.
What are metrics or like what is weighing into how often you're grading those seasonal maintenance roads, like having residents living, accessing those roads play into that?
If residents are using it, a lot of times,
Yeah.
We'll go in there if we know that they're gonna be moving cattle, or if they're, for winter, and moving them out in spring, or, we might help out. I know we had the Dry Creek Basin and, Gypsum Valley, we had a lot of roads that we left this winter to try to get opened up so that they could move cattle, get water in certain areas, bring cows. But yeah, but typically it's very minimal. It's, if a lot of those roads, if they get graded once a year, then that's just good. A lot of them get graded only when it becomes impassable.
So Cole. Oh, sorry, Jack was up first. Sorry, Jack.
Yeah, that road's probably 20, 25 years ago. I remember, if my memory runs, the county went in there and they were gonna start the subdivision, but part of the agreement was, and the reason why it's sandstone is the developer and all that built that road in there, and he was supposed to do the maintenance on it. Well, kind of when he got it all done, he went bankrupt and it just, everything kind of, went away. And that road just, we've always maintained it from there to the point, the far end and up to the tower. That's one reason there was never ever anything done, maintenance wise or whatever, just, exceptional. But the guy, after he got it done, he filed bankruptcy and it kind of went away, so.
Would there have been a bond or anything for that road development or, Kay? That,
With,
with the county?
with subdivision exemption plats, almost never.
Yeah.
And I know the county, they worked it out, I remember years ago to meetings and stuff, and the county kind of agreed and let him do certain things, and then, cause he was gonna do it, and then, it all fell through. And that's why they never did, cause he was supposed to do the maintenance on it also, kind of agreement like they haven't tag right and stuff. But that's kind of what it was. I hope they can work something out with it, so.
Yeah, it'd be great. It's a liability, I would think, for the county with these blowouts that occur on, somebody could die. And there's no way to fight fires up there, 3 houses that are up there in the winter.
Cole, did you have a comment?
Yeah, that's more like a question for clarification. So what I think I heard is that residents on Rob's Road could get together and go ahead and pay for it to be gravel. But then I heard the kind of 2 different things. One is once it's gravelled, the county would maintain it in that state. And the other, I heard, no, the county's just gonna grade once a summer and not do anything else,
Well,
even if they gravel it.
we won't change, if they wanted us to, it would be very similar to a lot of the other agreements that we have with different subdivisions. And there's like official subdivisions that went through a process, and then now they have a road that is a public road. The county maintains it by an agreement with the subdivision, but the subdivision has to pay for all the material continuously. Like they have to, if there's gravel that the road needs, they have to pay to have the road gravel. We'll grade it, but they have to pay for the material. So but that would take an agreement with the county. Right now, what we have reported to, and what we report to the state is that road is a native surface road. So we won't add gravel or our material. We won't add it to that road because we don't get funding through highway users tax to replace that, do anything other than what that road is recorded as. Yeah, so it's just, right now it's a native surface road, and if it's rocky, and I mean, you guys know a lot of roads out here that are natural surfaces, they're either rocks or cactus or whatever's there is what you're driving on. Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, but yeah, we'll keep working with you. I know.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
That's a little.
Thank you, Rob, for bringing that to our attention. We have had many conversations in this, across this table about roads and the number of complaints we get and the limitations we have because of that mill levy being so small. And so, and as Ryan or Mike suggested or mentioned, we do get requests like this all the time. And if we were to take even the half mile of J7 that I think you said, it would just open the floodgates for everybody to have us take on their roads. But I think Ryan mentioned at least one potential solution for you all if the people who use that road were willing to come up to create an assessment district.
Yes.
And sort of assess yourself, but through the county, right? We collect the funds through the taxes. Who else would like that?
Yeah.
Who are you pointing to?
Some more of that, yeah.
Yeah.
We worked with the county pretty last time to get a lot of people, and I consider that full report that we put together, because it has a lot of that with those options.
So Rob, we wouldn't be able to, if we consider passing a countywide no levy onerous, you could do your own kind of mini version in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
So if that interests you, I would suggest you reach out to Ryan and maybe our county attorney, Maura Fahey. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks for all your time.
Yeah, and one other thing you mentioned was that there's no seasonal maintenance sign on that road until you get up to the BLM property, right? And it sounds like it might be helpful if we could install one of those notices at the appropriate spot on the county road.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
We can put it, yeah, it should have a sign that says something on it until we, or no, wouldn't make sense of it,
No,
but
something like that. Can we get that done before the snow flies?
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, the fall snow, not the spring snow. That might keep coming. Yes, sir.
Sorry to get that's a job. That road, just like Jack said, it was the guy that started the subdivision. It was up to him to gravel that road all the way through that and tie it back into the Spud Patch Road. And then he got out of control with his spending and they got a divorce. But it had been built up to county specs, and then the county said they would maintain it, but I know where you're coming from on that, cause. It got what, a half mile or a mile in there,
Just a half mile uphill.
Yeah,
and then. It all fell to pieces.
Lance,
Dominic, I don't think we're gonna be able to rectify that 25-year-old divorce and.
Yeah.
Spending.
But I understand where he's coming from, I didn't know if the lawyers could say that.
Well,
Go back on the guy
I
that-
wanted to say that I think what you should take from this, Rob, is that if you can band your neighbors together and do a little bit of organizing and a little bit of self-taxing, that we're happy to come with the machinery and spread the materials that you're able to pay for. And we'll partner up with you as best we can, and without going into the whole mill levy difficulties that we have with our road and bridge right now, that we still want to be a good neighbor, we just aren't able to take on that responsibility completely. But we will partner with you as best as we can if you want to do a little legwork up front. That's fine.
okay, thanks.
Sure.
Thank you very much. Moving on from J7, Cole, do you have an additional topic?
This bill and everything, I just wondered if you all have a feeling, is the denial or the mill levies for the road failing, is that? I'm just asking your gut feelings.
Yeah.
Is that because the general voter goes, oh, we're already paying enough in mill levies, they don't want to pay anymore? Or is it actually coming from, they want to prevent expansion of housing around the more backcountry roads?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's both of those.
I think it comes from both, and I think it's the general population's reluctance to pay for maintenance of roads where people are expanding out to the hinterlands and specifically building really like large second or fifth homes, what have you, which then really kicks in the need for more maintenance. There's more traffic on the roads, and I think there's just from hearing from constituents, there's real reluctancy to pay for that. And then, yeah, nobody wants to pay more taxes, right? So it's both.
Okay, thank you. What else? Patty, raise your hand proud, lady. There she is. Okay, let's hear from Patty Thompson. Thomas.
I just want to know when this happens in Egnar and why it is only until you're right in Norwood.
Okay, so you're holding up the spring cleanup notice, and I do believe further down on the agenda, we were gonna discuss the Egnar spring cleanup. That's right.
So
Carmen.
next weekend, I mean, I know I've done this for Darlene, but if you have stuff that needs to go to electronics, you can get it to me before the end of before we leave. I'll be happy to take it for you.
I'm not prepared.
Okay. The dumpster, we can't do it at the same time just because of the Tyrite is using dumpsters and so is Norwood. And I am hoping to get it that first week in June.
I was just looking for a little PS Egnar, what our schedule is.
Right, so looking at around that first week in June.
Okay.
I don't always get the exact day, but it would be parked out here if Maggie's agreeable to keep an eye on it. And but we'd like to go ahead and plan that at the spring meeting, so we can let you guys know when the
Right.
dumpster will be here.
So that's already on the agenda.
Yeah, I see it coming up, spring cleanup at Egnar beginning the week of June 2nd. Mike, that was under manager matters, but did Carmen just cover it?
Yeah, that's my goal.
But that's if we can get the dumpster that week in particular, right? And, so it might be a little bit after that.
Sometimes it's a day or two, it just depends on when they have someone available to bring
Okay.
it up. And it typically is here until it's full. And Maggie has graciously kept an eye out for us and let us know, so when it needs to be picked up.
And how do we notify people when it has arrived?
Yeah.
Don't we tell Darlene?
Yeah.
What?
We tell you and we tell Darlene.
Yeah, I do have an email, as your resident, so
That'd be great.
if you make sure that you sign in.
Yeah, I am on it.
email, I can send that out too.
That would be wonderful if you could notify us via email that it's here.
Yep.
I can't always see it parked up here. I mean, I go by this intersection, but unless I specifically drive up here every time I go by, I don't know it's here.
Is that okay, Maggie? Are you okay with?
Absolutely. A few years back, it was parked over on the other side of the school barn, the bus barn. That didn't work out. It was a beautiful place to park. I mean, but,
I think that's the one that got totally overfilled, didn't it?
yeah, by non-county residents,
Yeah.
because they were kind of hidden from sight. So,
I'll make sure that they know.
that's when we requested bring it back here.
And so Carmen, can you be a little more specific about the email list that you or we have for Egnar residents and how people can get it? Is that on our notification system or is that informal?
If, when you sign in, if you could make sure I have your email address, after every meeting, I update my email list for Egnar residents and try to get that sent out to everyone.
Great.
And Patty, if you could help us and Maggie as well, just keep an eye on that thing. And if someone's got a big construction project and they realize they've got free dumping, it defeats the purpose. And
Right.
so we need.
So we just get one container?
If you fill up one real fast with your own stuff and not.
No, I'm just saying this community. I mean, people are starting and I'm noticing people are starting to clean up somewhat in their yards and stuff and,
If you fill up one and you call Carmen and say we filled it up in 20 minutes, we'll figure it out.
Okay.
I think the only time we had a problem is when it wasn't parked over here. I
Or
think-
somebody can keep a
Yeah. Love Maggie, we need to put her on the payroll.
So maybe we need a sign on it that says caution, Maggie is watching. Alert. Thank you, Maggie. But I think you make a good point about the flyer itself, Patty, not mentioning Egnar at all. So maybe, I don't know who puts that together. Is that the county?
No, it's actually Eco Action.
Action Partners, so we
It would just be nice, I picked it up and I was like, oh, cool, good, when's the container gonna be here? I don't
And it
know.
wasn't on.
I think we needed to have this meeting to give Carmen time to figure out when it could be here.
Right,
And now we missed the poster deadline, but we've got the email
Okay.
ability.
and that's okay, I mean, I'm being silly. I could take electronics to Norwood, I mean, that's not key.
It's a trip.
It is a trip.
I actually have a meeting scheduled with representatives from Eco Action tomorrow, so I'm going to bring that up.
Okay.
It's important to
Yeah,
mention all the locations in the county and
We
people
are-
paying
we are-
attention.
that far in the dirt that we don't use electronics.
I think everyone is, excited to take this opportunity, and if you don't know when it is, how can you plan for it? So
Right.
I'll bring that up.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
On that email, do you notify when you have your meetings here also?
We do, and we actually did a full mailing to every address or ownership in this area.
Did anyone notice that postcard? It was gorgeous.
Appreciate that.
I see lots of hands, but not in the front.
Nope.
And
That's because we're on the street, we have a PO box.
Oh.
I get
we
mail.
mailed it to the assessors,
I didn't get a postcard
Okay.
about them. I did get an email about the meeting, but I did not get a postcard about the meeting.
Maybe you're not on the assessor's list. Are you?
That chance.
Again, just be sure that you can sign in.
I did,
And we can double check that,
Right.
make sure.
because I don't get my mail, I get my mail delivered on the street, not at the PO
And
box.
we just used what was at the assessors, so.
Huh.
So anyone who didn't receive that postcard, check in with Carmen and just let her know, and so she can double check the address with the assessor's office and all that.
We
That
aren't,
makes
we
sense.
aren't the landowners, so we wouldn't have
Oh,
gotten.
are you renters?
Yes.
Oh, renters,
So
Then
you,
the email's gonna be your best bet.
yeah.
You need to
And
put
we
a
don't-
string in that note. The note was great. I appreciated it. But you need to put a string in there I can tie around my finger too, like this.
we don't use a water dock or the post office,
So
so.
you don't get those, you don't see the
No.
notices. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think as Carmen or.
That's actually
said,
me too. I don't use
Make-
either one of them.
make sure you're on that email list then, because that's a good way to get info. Okay, Maggie, hi. Would you like to speak about, oh yeah, keep going
Yeah,
then.
I'm thinking, in the future, I can print out the notice. That can, or make a copy of the card, but I gave my email, and then I can print it out and we can, tape it to the water dock. That way it's a little more public also, and maybe put one at the post office. I don't know.
That's the courthouse, it's down in Gill and Egnar water.
Joyce is with babies.
Joyce, right, thank you. Joyce was saying she doesn't use the water dock or the post office.
Yeah.
So, but Maggie, that is really nice, and I think that is something we've done in the past for different notices, and very appreciate having locals who will help us out like that. But Joyce, again, email. Does that work for you?
If I look at them. And not just delete them all.
Well, if it comes from San Diego County or Carmen, you wanna open that.
I would.
All right.
I'm curious, is the San Diego Basin Forum circulated in Egnar?
What's that?
What's that?
The newspaper?
No. You get the
No,
PO bean?
It's at Newcla, yeah.
Pinto beans out of Dolores, hush.
You
Yeah.
get the PO bean?
I do read
That
it,
comes
yeah.
out of Duck Creek.
Yeah, 'cause
And they
that goes
deliver
to
a
the
whole lot of
Ace
weight, so.
Hardware and once I pick it up there, but
Yeah.
I was just curious if that was circulated in the community here, because that could be another way to get word out.
You
I've
can
tried
also add.
to, I can't get it, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
Yeah. I've heard that before, that you all read the Pinto Bean.
Yeah, that's good.
Is that
It's a-
like a free community
Yes.
publication?
It's a free newspaper. Kinder Cook puts it out.
No,
once a
I meant
month.
the San Miguel.
Oh,
I
San
read
Miguel.
the.
Oh, the Basin Forum?
Yeah,
It's 25 cents. Yeah, and
because
it's
I
circulated.
was thinking the post
it's
office would be an
printed
excellent place to
immediately,
keep it.
And then they have an online version, twice a week. And,
And
Yeah.
the San Miguel Forum.
yeah, San Miguel Basin Forum, it's out of Newcla, so, I don't know, I get a lot of West End news through that application.
That would be nice.
Yeah, well, I'll talk to Reagan Tootle, who's the editor there, maybe she could start putting, a distribution here.
That would be great.
Yeah.
It'd be great to connect with more West End
Yes.
news, cause she really covers Newcla and Atarita, Norwood, and Paradox Valley through
Right.
that newspaper, and
Well, we're kind of part of that.
absolutely, you're part of that, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna talk to her about that. 'Cause I think
I appreciate that.
She's expanding, she's super creative and entrepreneurial. But she'll love that idea.
Yeah.
Put a paper rack at the water dock.
Paper, water. Yeah.
It gets a lot of traffic.
All right, we had about, oh, yes, Ryan, please.
I'm gonna have, so we'll pick up the kiosk from Darlene today. And then we'll get that on the water dock. So we were, I know during the last meeting, you guys we're gonna supply kiosk. So that's here at the fire station. So we'll get that picked up today and we'll get it put on there. So
And that's for posters?
that's for posters and stuff.
Oh,
So then
nice.
you guys can put whatever you guys want in there as well. And then I had other questions. about
Waterproof?
Waste, but I would be for the group.
Is it waterproof, Ryan?
I-
Is it a window?
It's, what we got from the county. It just never got put up. I've been trying to get it up, we're gonna get it done.
All right, great.
But I have a question for the group as far as waste management goes. How many people have collection at their house? Okay, so most everybody. Is it all from through waste management?
No,
Okay,
Bruin,
ruin waste.
I got waste management.
both.
Yeah.
Both come down my road.
Okay,
It'll be good if we have the dumpster that we're talking about in June. If we have one in June and then in November, that will take care of most of our paying.
oh, okay, I was just curious because I know what we're paying. I know that there's another company that comes out of Cortez. And they go to Dove Creek, but they won't come up here. They said they would if we, if the group, the community got together and there was enough people, we would have this for their group. So if anybody's interested in that, you know, for us to have another vendor, it'd be nice.
Who are they?
I'll have to go back in. I was in on the computer. Go ahead.
Ours is 26.75.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
26.75.
$26.
Yeah, ours is so.
Who's that with, Charlene?
Oh, you guys.
With Bruin?
Reduce this for being a senior and disabled.
At the top of your
I
name.
don't know about those.
So not at five, but.
No,
Yeah.
down here, they just.
Charlene, how often is your pickup? Just
Once a week.
Once a week. What?
Yeah.
For $26?
Yeah, 75 cents, not
Now-
75 cents the gas.
If you're disabled with waste management, mine's $21 for once a week.
I pay $38 for one pickup every 2 weeks.
We're
And
paying.
I'm right off the highway.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Long commute.
Yeah.
Trade off.
We're paying at the county shop, we're paying $250 a month.
You guys have a bin though, don't you?
96-gallon poly car, and that's a once a month pickup. So that's why I'm trying to find.
Yeah.
Why
different
is
service.
yours so much more?
Yeah, it's more expensive.
Now the guy gets always charged.
All right, I think, anything else on trash collection? Okay, who else has another topic to bring up? We had scheduled in about another 7 minutes, Rob.
Just 1 minute, we need volunteers on the fire department, especially during the day with retired people. All our younger guys work during the day, so it's Darlene and myself to fight fires during the day, and Derek down in Dove Creek, bless him. But a couple people to join would be huge.
Looking for hands. Thank you, Rob. Anybody else? We're gonna have lunch together too.
I got one quick question. This is probably for Alan. County Road 4H. It's just a dirt road, summer maintenance only, it's always has been. But the road ends at the end of our property. And sometimes I know you guys blade it once a year or twice a year or whatever, but during harvest, if it's rough and I may have to buy a permit, can I blade that? I got the ability to blade it. Can I smooth it out to where with the loaded semi that it's not?
Such a racket or so bumpy.
You'll get it to call the office. That would be.
Okay. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, Joyce.
County Road H1, they did work on it last summer, I believe. There are some tremendous bumps this side of my house that you have to literally go into the other lane, to get past it.
Or one paved road?
The only paved road in the county. And they fixed part of it, then it has. We do get quite a few semis that goes down that road.
So there's a buckle, is there more than one or?
Oh, yeah, there's more than one, they're holes.
They're holes, like potholes or?
Yes.
Drive on the other side of the road to avoid it.
I understand. Ryan, what does?
We're gonna take this.
Go drive it.
It's probably in that one section where we were having a base fail.
Uh-huh.
Talked about before. So, yeah, we have.
It's at
we
one
have-
section always.
Yeah, and we have plans to repair that section. You know, we couldn't do it in the winter time.
Oh, I know.
But if there's, if there's a lot of commercial vehicles that are traveling on that road, I mean, it'd be
Yeah.
nice for us to know where they're coming from, or if they're like. They're part of a logging
There
outfit.
are
or-
belly dumps, there's logging trucks, there's.
Heavy haul. Heavy haul trucks still on that road.
Right now, they're moving the drill rig stuff over by the South Utah until. And I remember.
I mean, if it could,
I don't watch the roads that much. It's-
yeah, if they're.
Just when it's right in front of you.
At least on that road. That'd be the option for, you know, us and for the commissioner, and especially you have the staff, and, well, yeah, we'll definitely go down there and check that out.
So if there were a county, if it was an in-county operation, we would limit that with a road permit or manage that with a road permit, but if they're coming from out of the county, we can't, is that right?
Right, because
But by
Coming out of
resolution, you can regulate the weight
The weight,
on that road, so you can say nothing over 40,000 pounds. You know,
how does
Yeah,
that
yet
sound?
another commissioner power I didn't know I had. That's a conversation we should have, based on
Yeah.
what we just heard in the room about the number of commercial operators. Let's bring that to a soon agenda, and if we can put up that weight limit sign and people read, that would help.
Well, if the sheriff would come down and sit for a couple of days after we put the sign up, we could take care of making sure they've read the sign.
Easier said than done.
Come on.
Well, we'll be having a conversation with the new sheriff about this end of the county, so it's something we can mention.
and see
The rest of that,
Well, it's a new one.
Yeah,
I'm excited.
Tom,
the rest of the road's holding up good, it's just that one spot.
I'm sorry, what's that?
The rest of the road's holding up great,
Yes.
It's that
it's just that one spot.
I think you heard Brian say that there's a plan to really.
Yeah. I mean,
that
I don't,
road is all the way through this down the subway, that's deep.
some of us outlaws sometimes have to run illegal, so you gotta.
TMI.
Weight limit sign would be.
All right, so we're about at time. I just need to open this up to any other public comment, for anybody not in the room. And at this point, there would be a 3-minute limit. I do not see any hands, so we will move on to our next agenda item, which is item 7C. Just for those of you who are here, as you know, we're gonna all have lunch together, so if something else pops in your mind or something you'd like to share with us, privately, we're here, okay? Item 7C, update with our beloved San Miguel County Veterans Service Officer, Mikael Madsen. Yay! And we have about 15 minutes on the agenda for anything you'd like to, remarks you'd like to make, any questions, that kind of thing.
Notes here. Miguel Madsen, Veteran Service Officer, good to see everybody. I haven't talked to the guys in 6 months, but I have some updates. The news is, Erie County has thankfully given us permission, the new ITA to for me to become the new county service officer for that county, since I reside in that county. It's gonna be a great partnership, and I want to thank the commissioner, manager, and the county for making that IGA happen. So I'll be splitting out my time, 20 hours on this one, 20 hours in that county. That'll be beneficial for that county. So by the way, that county did not had a VSO, but he was only serving that county 4 hours a month.
Oh my God.
So those veterans were neglected, and I'm glad that we can take care of them.
And Mikael, that won't impact our service levels here in San Miguel, because you were already previously only part-time with us, correct? Yeah, so it's just a benefit to Uray County and to Mikael to have a full-time job, but it won't impact our service.
Darlene, I believe you said to us, figure out a way to keep that. When we were here last, we found that. We put those electronic collars on his leg.
Well.
No, but I mean, we kind of, obviously, we've seen the value, and I know he'll probably share some statistics or numbers on the amount that he's been able to bring to our veterans within San Miguel County, but he was also calling me and saying, hey, I've come across this homeless veteran over in Ridgeway or Uray, and nobody's helping, can I help him? I was like, yeah, of course, but now that he's able to do it in the act of timing for them and he can offer the benefits that come with full-time position, we are hopeful for keep him here long.
I'll do whatever I have to.
Okay, well, if you need a shocker.
I mean, you have no idea what he's done. And you guys, we've been without for so long.
Mhm.
And I just wanted to know how much he. And there's no help from the Bear Creek VA.
Oh.
VFW for our veterans. They refuse because we are in San Miguel. Okay. All right.
And it's good to know. Thank you, everybody. In other news, new administration cuts. So this is a little bit at the federal side. There's gonna be new administration cuts as far as I know. They promised to cut 89,000 VA jobs in this next fiscal year. That does impact us. As far as I know, 2,400 have already been under the act. So those are mostly new hires and retirees that they're forcing out. I've been receiving a lot of phone calls from veterans who are worried that their benefits are gonna go away, that my job's gonna go away, so I wanna make sure that we wrote down a press release and we put it on our website for the public to know that my job does not get funded by the federal government, it is the state and county 50-50, and those funds are not in the purview of the federal government. I did call the Grand Junction Hospital and asked them if they have had any cuts, and this is what I can report, that the patient advocacy department was cut completely, the enrollment department was cut by half, and the security was cut. And I also hear travel. Also, we are going to do Codo County lines on May 15th and put this in the airways, also not only here for people who are not in this meeting, so they can hear. So anybody who has any issues with that, or they can call me and get more updates. I'll keep on this, because this is a daily event, pretty much what news comes out of Washington DC. In good news, I can report that in the year that I've been working at this job, we've had $12,000 a month in benefits approved by the VA. That's going to come into the county for the veterans. That's outstanding. But again, these numbers can be a little bit deceiving because I don't have access to what was here before. And I've asked the state that I can get access to veterans spec, do a little reconciliation. And emails about it. They approved it just this week, and hopefully I'll have that number. But in good news, or in semi-good news, the new GDX, which will reconcile what they have, their numbers and my numbers, it's not coming out September 2025. But hopefully the next BOCC meeting will have those numbers to see how much they say how much we're receiving every month. In other good news, the grant is still ongoing for the new medical transport for the new SUV. Those grants will be announced in June, July, so hopefully we'll be able to have transportation for the local community Egnar, go all the way to Grand Junction and back, and we'll have a driver available.
Just as a little thing, so this is, Mikhail approached me with, hey, there's a grant opportunity, and I was like, what do you think's the greatest need? And he's like, transport, especially from Egnar area, to get the VA and back. The only other option, if you had to hire the rideshare service, is $6 per mile. So think of that, the cost of just a trip to the VA hospital, they're paid while they're waiting there for you, and then back is well over $1,000. And that's just outrageous. So he came up with a way we could do it way more cost effectively. We can get this vehicle and some of the driver coverage, and then the county obviously will help keep that going in perpetuity if we can get that.
Patty?
Will it cover mental health?
I think if it's pertaining to veterans, yes.
Oh, boy.
I'm confused. There's a ride service that you see it, the notices in Norwood and all, I have a friend working for it. And the way I read the notice, anybody in the county, including way out here at Egnar, could ask for that ride service, and they're talking like something like $10 back and forth to Grand Junction. And, you know, it doesn't specify Norwood and Up Valley, it says
Interesting.
San Miguel County. So that's kind of the opposite of $1,000. And as I looked at that, I went, oh, we're down here at Stuttgart. Can I do that for $10? We always drive ourselves, actually, of course, but you know. It'd be pretty expensive on the, but there, so we have a friend that all the time is taking people from Norwood or Red Vale to Grand Junction, to Montrose, et cetera, for the medical appointments. Taking to the medical appointments, waits for the medical appointments to be done, drives them back home to Norwood, Wrights Mesa, Red Vale, wherever. And he's just never heard of anybody from Egnar asking.
So that's All Points Transit, is that
There
what
we
you
go.
think it is?
Yeah.
Yeah. I honestly don't know if they provide service out here, does anybody else? That's through the area of agency on aging, is that right, Region 10?
Yeah, as I got it, it's
Yeah.
major subsidized by the county, right? Or
It serves Montrose, Olathe, Newfoundland, Natta Region, Norwood, Redville, Delta, Hotchkiss, Paonia, Cedar Ridge.
So
Does
not this
serve
far
area.
west. Yes, Joyce.
The senior services in Dove Creek does have transportation, but they'll go to Durango. They go to Moab. They go to Blanding. I drove for them for a while. They go to Cortez, of course. Yeah. And I think the most that costs for those is, I think, $20 or something like that.
And will they make that available to San Miguel County
Yes, they
residents?
do.
Okay,
They do it all the time.
is everybody hearing that public service announcement? I see some nods,
what
okay.
company is that?
That is the Lawrence County Senior Services Pioneer Center.
And I think I saw that San Miguel County kicks into the senior center at Dolores County Services.
Yes, we did.
So
Yeah,
that's
okay.
why they come here.
Well, they were doing it before they kicked in, but yeah,
Okay, good to know.
they have meals, the little meals, so far.
Great. Mikhail, back to you.
Yeah, we took some of your time, sorry.
That's fine. And then the last point, I just want to celebrate a birthday. Somebody's turning 250 years young this year.
What?
June 14th, the Army's turning 250, October 13th, the Navy, and November 10th, the Marines. And we want to thank our veterans for that our taxation doesn't go to Mexico City, to London or Berlin. And our taxation, our representatives are represented here and they're responsive. So we want to say happy birthday to our three services. And that is the good news.
Thank you. Any questions in the room that we can particularly thank? Of course we do. That's great. I will mention, while we're on the topic of veteran services, that the commissioners, wrote a letter to our congressional delegation in Washington, which would include, in our case, with Bennett, Hickenlooper, and then Representative Hurd. And we addressed specifically funding cuts such as Mikhail mentioned. And we chose to focus on 5 areas of particular concern to our county. And it was a few weeks ago, we've written so many letters. I do recall that the first one was veteran services. The second one was concerns about Medicaid. And I don't know if you all heard, but Representative Hurd has spoken up about maintaining Medicaid funding. He was one of 12 Republican representatives who addressed congressional leadership. So we felt like he was responsive to our letter, and I imagine to lots of other information. The other one was certainly around public lands, staffing and funding. And now the other 2 are slipping my mind. Can anybody help here? Star's not here. But anyway, we did send that off and we're really pleased to hear that at least the Medicaid portion of it was heard. And I do think that veteran services is a place that we can all continue to speak to our senators and representatives about the important funding of that. And I'm sure you all know how to reach them directly, but if you don't, we can help you with that.
We also brought up utilities and funding for utilities, which are cuts.
Yeah, particularly for renewable and other infrastructure.
Yeah, potential projects that would benefit the region. Yeah. That was another point made in that letter.
That's right. We've been doing a lot of letter writing, in terms of just advocating for continued services and also preservation of public lands and funding of those in our area. We last week passed a resolution, with lots of details about, what we'd like to see maintained in our terms of how public lands are owned and managed and funded. Okay. Anything else any questions for Mikhail? No, okay, we are ready now then to move on to item 7D, update with San Miguel County Assessor, Sarah Enders. Thank you for being with us, Sarah.
Thanks everybody for having me. Only been out this meeting now a couple times. And it gives me lots of warm fuzzies, so thank you all. It's wonderful to talk to all of y'all. Just kind of wanted to give an update for those who are property owners. We likely recently this week got a piece of mail, which is your notice of value for 2025. In Colorado, we revalue every property in the state every 2 years, so during odd numbered years. And that notice of value with the updated value gets mailed out on May 1st. So I think most people in our county will receive that earlier this week, if you check your mail. Just a reminder, it's not a bill, so taxes aren't calculated until the end of the year. That notice reflects, if it's residential property, it reflects the market value as of June 30th last year. And we're looking, in order to come up with that value, we're looking at sales of similar properties for the 2 years prior to June 30th, 2024. Is our value correct? We think so, but we want everyone to speak up and let us know if you think it's not. And the way to do that is to protest. So on that notice of value, on the backside of one of those copies, you'll see an appeal form, so you can submit that if you feel like any of the inventory on your property is wrong, or if you feel like the value is incorrect. We absolutely encourage you to submit that to our office. Again, it's taken us 2 years to come to that number. So again, we've put a lot of work, a lot of analysis into it. 2 years of data collection. So that's where our office does come into contact with property owners. If you see us, we'll have a little badge on a little lanyard, and ideally a logo on our car as we pull up. So feel free to ask questions to my staff. Hopefully, you're welcoming to them, but I think everyone for the most part is really wonderful staff doing the visits. So thank you for that. For business owners, we also send out personal property notice of the value on June 15th. We don't have obviously a ton of commercial property out in this area, but if you do have a business, the equipment, fixtures and things like that are taxable, so that's where personal property comes in. As far as appeals go, when you do submit an appeal, if there's any documentation that you have that you can use to show, whether it's sales of similar properties, things like that, or photos to show us that, what we have about the property, the information that we have about the property is incorrect, that's really helpful. As well as an estimate of value. So if you think that our values are correct, it's helpful to see what you think it should be. And then let us know, we're set up to do appointments. So once you've submitted an appeal, we can set up an appointment if you feel like you want to come in and talk about your appeal or about your property. We can either come out to the property and check it out, and we'd love to do that if you get updated information. We're also set up to do appointments in Telluride, but let us know if if it would be helpful to set up a space in Norwood or out here even, and we can work on that. We don't currently have anything scheduled as far as appointments, but we could certainly do that if that's beneficial. And then just a reminder, as far as how taxes are calculated, again, taxes aren't calculated until the end of the year. After mill levies are certified by special districts, governments, and the Board of County Commissioners. the way it was recalculated, so the actual value that you see on your notice of value is the first piece of that equation. That actual value then gets multiplied by an assessment rate, depending on the type of property. So residential property has much lower assessment rate than most other property types. So the portion of your property value that's being taxed is that assessed value. And then that gets multiplied by the various mill levies. So depending on where your property sits, you sit within various district boundaries. So you pay into the county, you pay into the fire district, the school district, and then throughout other parts of the county, there's other special districts as well. And so the assessment rate, so that rate that determines what portion of your property value you're paying on, that gets set by the state legislature. In the last few years, that's been kind of flux, so it's been changing every year, but hopefully that's a little more steady in the next couple of years. And then the mill levies are set by the various taxing entities. So again, by the board of your fire department, by the board of county commissioners, by the school district board. Again, that gets set in December, and then after that, you can calculate the taxes before they go out. The tax bills go out in January. Just a reminder that all property taxes stay locally. None of that goes to the state. It all stays within the county, within the districts that you live in. Another reminder to vote, because again, those special districts and governments are the ones setting the mill levies. Those mill levies can only be raised by ballot initiatives. I know in the east end of the county, we've had a couple of mill levy initiatives in the past couple of years. Norwood area had a couple last year asking to raise the school mill levy and the fire district mill levy. One of those passed. And then also a reminder that the budgets themselves for those special districts and the governments are set by elected boards. So yet another reason to vote, because that does, long-term affect your property taxes. As far as for ways to sort of offset your taxes, there are several different programs. We've got some exemptions, some deferrals, and the work-off program. These are programs hopefully to help keep people in their homes if property tax increases are affecting you to that extent. We've got the state offers a senior exemption, a disabled veterans exemption, and then a Gold Star spouse exemption. What that does is it doesn't exempt the entire value of your property, but it exempts half of the first $200,000 in actual value of the property. So, for a lot of properties out here, that's could be up to half of your property tax bill if you qualify for the senior exemption. The requirements are that you are 65 years or older as of January 1st, and you've lived in your home for 10 years or longer as your primary residence. And then disabled veteran and Gold Star spouse, those have their own requirements as well. So if y'all are interested, those programs you apply for directly through the assessment office. We have applications online. You can give us a call, there's mailings, all those applications. There's also a property tax deferral program that's offered through the state treasurer's office. So in the past, I believe that deferral program was only available to, I think it was seniors and veterans. Now they've expanded it to any property owner whose property tax increase is more than 4% per year. And what that does is the state treasurer's office pays a portion of your taxes that you can't cover the increase, and that puts a lien on your property, either until you sell it or until you can pay that back. So it's kind of a loan on property taxes, but it is a nice option to keep people in their homes if unaffordable. And then finally, the county offers a tax workout program for seniors and disabled residents. I believe you can work up to 100 hours per year to offset your property tax bills. And for that, we apply to the county's HR department.
And what do you do?
It's usually pretty light work, it's like minimum wage. Work, it just depends on what is needed, I know there's usually a request out to the various departments in the county and the offices. If there's any help, so it's, it's usually not super heavy duty, but, filing or make copies, things like that. But again, it just kind of depends on what's needed, what the plan is, so.
I think, we don't have an administrative office over here, so that light work would be a little trickier to come by, but if there is interest, we could potentially figure out, some work that needs to be done that people would be comfortable doing. Am I over promising?
Daytime volunteering in the fire department.
What's that?
I was good at typing.
Typing? We have a typing project. Oh, we have a typing project, okay, I mean, and we pay what? Over $15 an hour, right?
It's minimum wage.
It's minimum wage.
Which
Okay.
is what?
Which is,
15.
what is it? It's about 15.
55.
There you go, yeah, so that's something you can do remotely, is that what you're thinking more?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, good. Yes, seriously, we're very serious about this. So speak to Christina Lambert in our HR department. Easy to find online, or we can give you her number while we're here today, or email, whatever you prefer. Yes.
I have a question for Sarah.
Of course, yeah.
So, I think this was before your time.
Okay.
No embarrassment.
Sure.
Okay. It used to be that we received a notice of, our assessment. And there'd be 3 properties we'd be, I can't remember if we actually were told what they were at the time of the assessment, or I called to the assessor's office, they said, it's this property, that property. I remember I had a little bit of problem when we were being prepared to classroom bill. That's sure. Was still, yeah, that's life. Okay, so then, it seemed like the last time I talked to the assessor's office, different people had, they said, yeah, we're no longer doing the 3 properties exactly, but you can come back with 3 properties, search through them. But we weren't being told which properties you'd use. And then there was a person that said, oh, we're using a model. I said, oh, that's great, a model. Please explain to me the model. And then it came back, well, our model isn't really valid because it's not enough into it, so we can't really tell you what the model is. So then I said, well, then how you, and it basically kind of came out, it's a feeling. And that's what I got from the emails that come back to me, and these were not your name. Okay, good, excuse me, good, yes, but anyway, I'm left with confusion. Is it those 3 properties that are comparable in size and bedrooms and things like that? Or is it a model? Or is it a feeling? Or is it a 4th item?
I would love to tell you it's a model, however, because our county is so small and non-homogeneous, models are flawed, and just we don't have enough, in some parts of our analysis, we were able to do some models for condos in Telluride and Mountain Village. Our condo appraiser has started using a model. For most of the county, we're not doing a model. For residential property, we do have to look at sales. In Egnar, there are not very many sales.
That's what I was gonna ask you. How many sales were there?
Yeah, so we have to do what we can with what's available as far as the data. We're not certainly, anywhere in the county, we're not able to get very precise, like some counties, a lot of counties in the Front Range have these pretty better subdivisions. You can say a corner lot is worth $20,000 more than a lot in the center of the block, and a 4th bedroom is worth $10,000 more than a 3 bedrooms, and a bathroom is worth this much. We don't have enough data, and our properties are 2 big things. So narrow down which areas are actually added value, and in a lot of cases, here, property purchases are much more emotionally driven than they are driven by, market factors. And so I would say generally speaking, we try and be a lot more broad with our analysis and our data. We don't have those factors in that much data we use. With that being said, though, we use what we have. So, you know, if there's land sales, we typically start our analysis with land. And then, and that is very location specific. And then we do the improvement analysis after that. And so with improvement analysis, you know, we're taking out the land, and that's when location can be a little more vague, I would say. So that's where maybe someone said, you know, your house is a regular house, with your land is, but maybe even that power in some ways it's. I remember talking to you a couple of years ago, and I did specifically ask our appraisers to drill down a little bit more on the Egnar values. You know, again, there's not much data from this area, and so it's hard. But they did look and look back historically and like comparing to similar sales between Egnar and Norwood, for example, they were able to see that, yeah, there's a negative factor for Egnar Sidrock area. And so that was, you know, that was certainly included. And it's not a great answer, but yeah, it was really factored in. And so again, it's not as precise as I would love to tell you it is, but that's one healthy.
The one thing I think that everything can see is there's a serious correlation between distance from Telluride.
Totally. Yeah.
Especially once you get past where Telluride, people are better.
And I wish it was like a not direct correlation, but it's not. And you know, we saw in Norwood area this year, values went up percentage wise. A lot of places in Norwood more than they did percentage wise in town Telluride. Now it's just because people are being driven out of Telluride, so these lower value homes that are more attainable are kind of in higher demand. Same with condos in the east end of the county, because those are sort of the lower price properties available in the east end. You know, there's some of the first ones to be snatched up. So yeah, so that was kind of the trend that we saw, is that lower price property generally, not necessarily out here, but the other 2/3 of the county were kind of ones.
Wasn't that just the trend though for resort communities? That in the resort part is very expensive, and then the farther you get from it, the cheaper it gets.
Yeah, and unlike a lot of resort areas that have immediate bedroom communities, we really don't. So it's, you know, you see these communities that are quite a distance being affected by the resort market.
Right.
And it is a lot of the workforce housing and things like that. And I was saying to someone earlier, even in Norwood, we saw a lot of businesses, a lot of employers buying property. And so they're obviously able to pay a little more premium than an individual would be able to pay, but they need employees, so they're willing to pay that. So that, I think, affected some of the Norwood area.
Makes perfect sense.
So it's not a model and it's not a feeling.
It's not a feeling. That's yeah, it's better than a feeling, but it's
an art, not a.
Yeah.
Not a science.
Somewhere between an art and a science.
I was looking at comparables a couple of years ago. They're really solid. Wow, nice correlation from Placerville is still pretty expensive to get Norwood down, get the Redville down.
Yeah.
The Redville people are still commuting to Telluride.
For sure.
Yeah.
Totally. Yeah. So I mean, that whole corridor is being affected by the Telluride and the market.
I commuted to Telluride at one time.
Oh, wow.
Oh my God.
Any other questions for Sarah? No, well, she's here for lunch as well, so if anything pops up, you can follow up. We have about 10 minutes until lunch was scheduled, and we have Kay up next, our planning director, with item 8A. Thank you, Sarah. Item 8A, update on the Paradigm Festival, and then B, update on the San Miguel County draft mining regulations. Okay, how does 10 or so minutes feel to you for all of that?
Oh, less than 10.
Oh, okay.
And I forgot to tell you, we don't have any planning down here.
You don't have anything yet. That'll be a quick conversation. No planning takes place here. There are a few things that Kay pays attention to.
Well, in planning, we've got a couple of things going on that are of particular interest in our area. So I wanted to come out and fill you in on those. You talking about Paradise Bush?
That's what's next. Yep.
So over the years, there's been a little festival occasionally out there, called Paradise Festival at what they call the Little Hatu Ranch.
No.
And going by the email here. So they have an event scheduled for May 16th through 19th, so starting next Friday, week from, this Friday. And we did send out a notice to all of our review agencies, so fire, emergency management, law enforcement, everybody's been filled in on it. They're expecting about 250 to 300 participants. They will not be selling any alcohol, and they intend for it to be a family-friendly wellness event, encouraging sobriety. They have covered, they're providing restrooms, trash, potable water. They will have an event security team on site. They will also have for medical and emergency services, they have a nurse and a nurse practitioner with a med tent. So they are telling you how to be prepared. They have agreed, as we worked out with them several years ago, we finally got them to start getting these permits. That they will keep the noise level down, so it's no more than about 50 decibels at the property line. And they are committed to checking and monitoring that. If you have any noise problems, call the sheriff. They will come out and they will cite them for disturbing the peace if necessary. It's happened.
I'm sure.
They,
I hear them over here.
So 50 decibels.
It's normal
An
conversation.
example is moderate rainfall, refrigerator hum, quiet conversation, or a running shower or dishwasher.
So the little conversation that just went in the back of the room, that was 50 decibels.
That's what they're committed to for the whole event?
At the
At the property.
At the property line.
That's ambitious.
Yeah, because I've heard them partying from over here, and I'm
Well,
quite a ways from
Yeah,
there.
within the, so we caught on to them and started regulating them in 2019. 2019, they didn't follow the rules. 2020, they also didn't follow all the rules. They haven't held it every year since then, but I know 2021, they committed to it, and the sheriff did come out and check on them from time to time and did not find any problems. So, but like I said, if you do have a problem, if you're hearing it, if you're getting that bass thump, or if you're hearing noise from them at your properties, feel free to call the sheriff. If they've got a deputy out here, I think they do intend to have somebody kind of available through the weekend. Because this is a known event for them that they are interested in. They will adhere to all fire regulations and restrictions. They aren't allowing open burning for individuals. They might have a few of their own community bonfires that are attended by their staff, but individuals can't have fires, and they also can't have charcoal grills. So, and then they welcome law enforcement, fire department, anybody who needs to go do a check to stop by. That's it. That's all I have for the Paradigm Festival. Like I said, any issues, let the sheriff know. You can also email the planning department. Not that we can do anything while it's going on, but we'd like to know if there is a problem. And then that way we can, when he comes back to the next permit, we know what to address.
Any questions about the Paradigm Festival? Yes, Darlene.
Can we have our deputy in the area that day?
That's what she just said.
Yeah,
But I mean, can we have notification that we're gonna have our deputy in the area that day?
You know, we can make that request. It's difficult. We can't make that decision. That's up to the sheriff. Just trying to think. It might be, better received if it came from your community. Would anybody feel comfortable making that request to the sheriff?
The fire department would.
Okay, that'd be great, Darlene. You know how to reach Bill, and I know, yes, you have a warm relationship, so Phyllis.
I do know dispatch for Dolores County for many years, they usually send two, deputies every year that it's gone on.
Dolores County does?
No, San Diego.
San Diego County.
Yeah, they'll take it up by the sheriff's office in the morning and kind of go back and forth, but I know that when I was just all those years, they usually had at least one or two. Another thing that our ambulance did not do was every ambulance on a call, they was on the unit at the festival, they would make them bring it to the highway for safety issues. But they do send usually two for the whole 3 days, 2 days.
Okay, that's great. That's great.
sure
But
it's
it
not
it
mental
sounds like
health.
they've been notified by the planning department, but it couldn't hurt for the fire department to just reinforce.
Yeah, I'm thinking more since we have the deputy that lives here.
Right.
That own into the morning and stuff like that, there might be more because the deputies don't stay down. You know what I mean?
Right, right.
We've sent this permit out to, like I said, law enforcement, emergency management, fire, state patrol, CDOT, everybody's had notification. And the sheriff's office did tell us, thank you, we will keep an eye on it. So.
Okay, great.
I think they're probably already planning for this, but a reminder of, Darlene might not be a bad idea.
We'll check in. Thank you. All right, moving on to item 8B, update on the San Miguel County draft mining regulations.
So when I was out here last, or when you had a meeting last, I think I came in by Zoom. We had just finished up our solar regulations, commercial solar. And then we had, we're getting ready on our mining regulations. We've had a couple of work sessions on that. And we're getting ready to go to the planning commission on June 12th. And these are regulations for exploration, site restoration, if it's old, historic mining, and then for actual mining operations. And mostly what we've been getting applications for so far is exploration. We do expect to be getting an update for the Sunday mines, and they have resumed some activities there, I believe, or they will be. So we have the new regulations, they're available on our website, and June to the planning commission, and then probably sometime in July for Board of County Commissioners adoption. And then after that, we're gonna move on to updating our regulations for logging, oil and gas, and commercial level geothermal. You can still do, private geothermal for your own home. Just regular permits.
And Kay, am I correct that the mining regulations have already been through 2 rounds in joint meetings with the VOCC and Planning Commission, correct?
Yes, we've had 2 work sessions already.
And you've had some other public input and
Yes.
things like that. So this is not the first time they're being discussed. This is the 3rd time. But that's another opportunity to weigh in, as well as, actually, that's a great time to weigh in. If you have any lingering comments before it gets to the VOCC in July.
Yeah.
Any questions about all of that? All right, I think everybody's ready for lunch. So it is 11:59. Well done. Okay, we are going to break for lunch now, and we will resume at 12:45 this meeting. Our first item on that after lunch is consideration of submitting comments to GMUG, the Forest Service, regarding Tyrite Ski area equipment requests. So enjoy. Bon appetit.
There are not a lot of barriers there.
sorry to cut the party short. That was fun and delicious. Thank you to Nancy and Carmen, our in-house caterers, volunteer caterers, I believe.
And Darlene.
And Darlene.
Thank you.
Drinking your coffee right now, and I know you made other things as well. The deviled eggs. Yeah, who made the eggs?
Darlene.
Oh my gosh, okay. All right, we have to get back to work, I'm sorry to say, but we have some fun stuff on the agenda. We are moving on now to item 10A, natural resources and climate resilience. This is consideration of submitting comments to the GMUG Forest Service on the Telluride Ski Resort improvement request. And we have Star Jameson, our natural resource and climate resiliency director, online. Hi, Star.
Hello, everyone. Can you all hear me?
We can hear you great.
Perfect. Yeah, sorry to not be there today. I didn't have a lot for Egnar. I actually didn't have anything for Egnar, but just with the urgency of some of these comments being 30 days, then I just need an approval. So what I have here, I'm just sharing my screen to ask the commissioners for consideration that we submit scoping comments to the GMUG National Forest for Telluride Ski Resort proposed projects, and they are due on May 29th. The Forest Service had sent out the description here of the proposed actions. And I had consulted some of the staff. And just keep in mind, this is just the scoping period. So this is to help them create the proposed action. And they like to just get any kind of major concerns out of the way before they start their environmental assessment. And I had just a few comments back that I think if we do decide to submit comments for the EA, which would be much more lengthy than just the scoping period, we have here any expansion to on-mountain dining facilities should be supported by adequate utilities, by the building permits, recommend site security. Also, for their logging operation, they need to comply with local regulations and logging permitting. And then I've added in here that just stating like in the EA, in this, they've talked about SPEDMR and using SPEDMR for some of their logging operations, that we just need to make sure that we're looking at lynx habitat, wetlands, fens, weed mitigation, and the other comments will really be dependent upon what they come out with their environmental assessment. And I also add in here just to keep access to public lands open throughout their process, as I've seen multiple times the closing of access to public lands when these facilities are being constructed. So I think we can take a motion if you all would like to submit scoping comments.
Star, it sounds like you have an outline of those comments already prepared, but they were not in the packet. Is that correct?
Right. These are just examples of what we could, and honestly, I'm not sure that these are big enough, really for scoping, that they would be even broader, like, please, we have our own regulations, permits, etc. The county, we're just asking that they abide by those. So this is strictly just to ask you, and these were just examples.
I see. Okay, so you're just looking for direction, yay or nay, to
Correct.
Comments.
Correct.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions or comments?
I think it's really important that we provide comments at this point in the process. So I would move to approve considering submitting comments to GMUG Forest Service on LC resort improvements.
Okay, before we take a second, were there any other questions for Star? And then I'll turn it over to the public to see if you have any questions or comments yourself. Lance, anything from you?
Why don't I second just for discussion purposes and Star? I think I heard you say that the scoping is for really large objections and that the next phase is when we get down to the more nitty gritty. Is that right, Star?
That's correct.
I don't, having read that letter from the Forest Service with the various proposed actions, none of those struck me as so problematic that I'd want to try to pull anything off that list. And if that's what this scoping letter is trying to get ahead of any one particular item, I'm not sure, Galena, that we need to comment at this time. I think we may save our powder, so to speak, for the next round, which will be a more environmental assessment, a closer look.
That's an interesting perspective. Star, how do you feel about that? What would our maybe future leverage be, or any downsides of not participating at this point? Or maybe staff could comment on that. Additional staff. Star, what do you think about Lance's idea?
I would say if anything, we might want to just ask a few more questions about the SPEDMR. They would be using the new tethered logging technique, which when I had a recreation collaborative meeting on Monday, and Megan Eno was there, and that was one of her updates was this release of scoping, and she anticipated there might be concerns around the tethered logging. So I would maybe like to address that to ensure that there is under SPEDMR, there is no NEPA needed to conduct these projects. We've had a little bit of problems in the past with that because we have our own permitting for logging, etc. So I'm just going to leave it at the broad topic that I think we might have a few questions around the SPEDMR project.
I also am just wondering if you, the two of you, feel we have any concerns about the High Camp restaurant expansion and just expressing the need for proper action taken through the building department, i.e. permits, and what that would entail, considering what we've seen in the past, just really reinforcing the importance of following due process.
I had a note about that as well, Galena, and we've had an issue for those who aren't familiar with the previous restaurant project that the Tyrone Ski Resort initiated without proper permitting, and so sadly, the county together with the Forest Service had to shut down, and it's been sitting there for almost 2 years, not completed. And so I have the same point that they need to work with the county and the Forest Service for appropriate permits, inspections, and I know there was an issue with the fire suppression system they didn't want to put in, so needing to follow codes. The question would be, if we want to make that comment, Stars, is this just the time for that kind of comment? And I think it's fair to actually explicitly mention the bad, the unfavorable experience we had with Giuseppe's. But is that now or is that later?
I think we could.
Okay.
I think we could include this in here.
Okay. All right, so I think, let me just see if I had if we are going to make comments, let me see if I had any other points. No. I'll just throw something out there. Is it all appropriate for us in this process, whether it's this step or another step, to raise concerns generally about the ski area operator? Or do we need to confine our comments just to the scope of this application?
Can I give you mine?
Um, yeah.
I actually see this as a positive that these are, you know, proposals for action taken by the ski resort to make much needed infrastructure improvements that are going to benefit, could potentially really benefit the region as a whole. And so I don't know if it would be very productive at this moment in process to call them out in that way, but really just to enforce that we support a lot of these improvements, and these are some concerns that we might have with A, B, and C, but I actually don't think it's the time to do that.
Okay, that's good, interesting, because I had originally had that same perspective, like, let's support this wholeheartedly, because this is the kind of improvements and so forth, investment we want to see in this ski resort. And so I was kind of going back and forth, and I'm with you. Let's take the positive approach.
I would agree that we need to keep our comments to strictly the proposal, you know, to what they've listed here in the actions. So as far as, you know, building lifts, building facilities, building new trails in this wildfire mitigation, that they're all including in there. I know that the Forest Service will always take comments if we have issues with their permitting, you know, the permit in its entirety. So they will always take comments, I believe, on that. But we should keep this focused on the actions that they have listed here.
Okay, appreciate that direction, and I think that's right, and I see Commissioner Waring nodding along. But maybe we could, if that's the approach we're gonna take, let's take the opportunity then to say how important we feel these are, and that we really support them, not just to make, you know, just a few sentences about that, because you know, we do have concerns about lack of investment, and if it's happening, we want to encourage it. So okay, are there any, yes, Mr. Crocker Bedford.
I may be slightly misunderstood what the commission's going on your thoughts here, but in my mind, at least in my experience, with NEPA and the federal government, is, scoping is one of the most important times. You're actually trying to define the scope of the project and also the scope of the analysis. So what are you concerned about in the analysis? What do you want to hear about? And you right now have the capability to give input to scoping that basically defines then how the Forest Service's interdisciplinary team, what they really look at, and they'll form the alternatives. You know, so there's few, in my mind, there's few things more important than to really get in your, what you care about at the time of scoping, both for, it can help to define the actual total scope of the project, and even more importantly, what the alternatives become. The alternatives to the different alternatives that are looked at in the project, and then what's looked at most importantly in the analysis. So you're going to concentrate to some certain wildlife species you're concerned about, or you're concerned about the health of skiers, or that you'd be able to get warming, or whatever. I you know, you see what I mean, but it becomes really, your scoping has a really huge impact of what the environmental impacts, of what the environmental assessment comes out showing, what the analysis is. What do people even write about? What do they do?
Okay, that's terrific. So I think we will go ahead and make those comments and ask you, Star, we trust you so much to identify the kinds of issues that that Cole mentioned.
Let's do a quick vote, just so.
We have public comment, yeah.
Yep. So this is essentially, like, in most cases, we're a cooperating agency to help define those alternatives. In this process, this is a 30-day comment period. So as Cole was stating, he is correct in all of that. It's just a different process that they're using.
Okay, thank you. And I think if we're talking big picture, I personally am in support of each of the proposals that were laid out in here. And we'll leave it up to you, Star, to understand the specifics that we need to address in addition to the ones we mentioned. Does anyone feel differently on the board about the various projects that are outlined here? Okay, everybody feels
No,
good.
in their entirety, I'm supportive of some of the concerns that Star brought up about the tethered logging. I think we do need to address.
Okay, yeah, good. Anyone else in the room with a comment? I see we have a hand online. It's hidden by the closed captioning, but that is Mr. Tooley. Would you care to comment on this?
There we go. I just did a quick search for this scoping process online. Used a couple keywords, not all of them from the document on screen. I don't see anything. So just in general, it would be good to have more public awareness of this. There was a permit renewal for the entire ski area back in 2016, which was quite noticeably without any public involvement. And I'm just wondering when the next ski area permit renewal is, the full permit renewal. Do you know that, Star?
I don't. You could call or contact Scott Spielman, who administers these contracts, and he would know that.
Thank you, Star. And in regards to the timing on, it appears that this letter was only issued on April 28th by the USDA. So I think this is about as quick as we could bring it to our agenda. Okay, I think we have a motion and a second on the floor. If there was no further discussion, I will take a vote. Aye.
Aye as well.
Aye as well. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much, Star.
Thank you all.
Your diligent attention to matters such as this.
Right.
Moving on now to number 11, affordable housing updates, and that is generally our manager or our assistant county manager.
Well, thank you, commissioners. I don't have a lot of updates. I know we started some grading at one of our sites this week, just some access grading, and we continue to work through a couple of contracts for those processes, both at Pathfinder, Ilium, and Deep Creek. I also had some back and forth with CDOT, our Deep Creek project, and we're trying to put together a realistic time frame where, as we've discussed, they would need to move their operations to our site, so we can begin construction. But again, we're talking about state budget calendar for them. And because of some of the lack of funding in the state budget this year, they just want to kind of focus when they're going to need to deploy resources. So I kind of suggested to them we'd be going through design in the next year, and they really need to be deploying financial resources in the 2027 state budget year. So
you're managing all of that timing coordination and cost coordination, right? Yeah. I'm sorry, we should have probably provided a little bit of background. I'll be quick because it's something that's a long way physically away from here, but the county does have 3 workforce housing projects of very different scope and underway. No shovels in the ground, but one is overnight housing for on-call sheriff's office employees. We have many of our employees, particularly in CCS, who live far away. And so this would be just kind of overnight housing for them to come in, work 3 or 4 days, and then commute back home, as opposed to commuting back and forth, 2 hours a day or something like that. That's just 5 units for, again, overnight housing. Would be adjacent to the jail in Ilium Valley. The CDOT project that Jared was talking about would be 20 to 30 units, probably down on the parcel where we have adjacent currently, our county road and bridge and CDOT road and bridge operations, and we can consolidate the operations and free up more land for some housing development. And so that's second project. And then the third one is up, past Ophir, between sort of Ophir and Trout Lake, near the Matterhorn Mill. We have a gravel pit up there, and once we're done mining that gravel, that could have as many as about 75 units on it. So we're still in the very early stages, geotech studies, some sort of conceptual designs, but the commissioners have asked our staff to move forward with those as quickly and prudently as we can. So that's what Jared is updating us on.
And happy for any questions.
Any questions? No. Okay. Oh, yes, Maggie.
How does this impact us out here, the West End?
I think how it impacts the West End. Commissioner Brown mentioned we do have employees who live in Dove Creek. We have employees who live in Delta, Montrose, Cortez. And so it may be some of those residents who are working for us, which we absolutely need those services. Commissioner Brown mentioned our CCS, those are Communications and Corrections Services deputies. They manage the jail. They make sure we do dispatch, so on and so forth for the county. And so it's really giving those folks a better option than commuting.
Okay.
All the way to Telluride every day. And instead they can go do 3 shifts in a row and then come home and kind of take their time off as they need. And so a lot of this is just being able to house folks both for the time they're at work and also attract and retain folks, because we know that housing, particularly in the East End, is one of our most acute problems.
One of the areas we have trouble staffing is road and bridge. And so we have to spread those resources out, across a big county. We are hopeful that by providing affordable housing, more affordable housing on the East End, we will be able to fully staff our road and bridge department, which helps all of us, east, west, and in between. So,
Well, I see a negative to Egnar, because if what you said is that the one would be housing sheriffs, that means our deputy that lives in Egnar will no longer be coming home at night. And we don't appreciate that.
Not sure that the deputies are going to be primary folks for that housing. It seems like it's more for the dispatchers and the corrections officers.
No, we just really like that we have somebody that comes
We
home
do
here
too.
every night.
We're not gonna let in the apartments.
That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you, Ed.
thank you for making that comment. Okay, great. Thank you, Jared.
Commissioner Brown.
Yes, sir.
And other commissioners, the only other thing I'd like to add under that is I had a meeting this week at the request of Norwood Mayor Kenny Meehan with a private development group that is interested in building some deed restricted affordable apartments in the Norwood area adjacent to Pinion Park. As folks may know, we worked with the Telluride Foundation to do 24 homes on land that the county owned adjacent to the Lone Cone Library in Norwood. There's 3 acres still remaining of county property. And the town of Norwood also owns almost an acre adjacent to that. So this was just an initial meeting to understand the town of Norwood's needs and desires, and then it's way too early to understand. It's going to be a request to the county for a donation of land. But the impetus for this is that Cottonwood Estates, an adjacent neighborhood, in 5 years will lose their deed restriction. That was a term limited deed restriction. And what we've come to understand is if you put a deed restriction on for 25 years, that's great. It's affordable for those 25 years. But in year 26, those values are likely, and again, in this case, are going to skyrocket. And then those units will be unaffordable for the next worker who wants to purchase one. So we're trying to get ahead of that.
so that there is an alternate, opportunity for those residents that want to stay in the Norwood, and Wrights Mesa area. So I will keep you apprised as they consider, their feasibility of the project.
Two questions for that. If someone makes a request of us for some kind of a joint venture project like that,
Yes.
do we need to then like put it out for an RFP to solicit other developers, or can we just say, we like you and you're offering us good terms and move ahead?
We can work directly as we did with the Telluride Foundation on the 6 acres of land that they built on that is now Pinyon Park.
Yep.
We did not have to go out to bid for that. There's a county asset and land disposition policy that the county already has that clarifies how that occurs. Generally, one of the reasons that the county donated the land for that project is it was ultimately going to affect the purchase price of homes. We wanted to make sure that folks that earned under 120% of the area median income could afford those without being basically homeborn. So that's why the county chose to donate the land in that situation. I think every situation is very dependent on what the ultimate effect to the people living there is going to be. The county purchased that land. That was the library and this adjacent parcel. I shouldn't have even brought that up because I've already lost the dates. But we purchased that with the intent of it being community serving facilities, such as the library, such as a deed restricted neighborhood. I know that the Norwood School District has purchased the land where their disc golf course is, or their hope is to build a new school there eventually. So having more housing in and around where a future school will be would also make sense, but a lot of things are still up in the air.
Thank you for that update. And I will note in that Pinyon Park project, as well as in the Sunnyside project that we did jointly with the town, we were able to retain some of those units, which we use to recruit and retain our employees.
Yes,
So I
we
imagine
had to purchase the one in Pinyon Park, and we have that currently rented to a sheriff's deputy. And then we were able to secure 2 units in the Sunnyside apartment complex that we built with the town of Telluride, near the town, and we have 2 county employees in there as well in the things.
Great, all right. Moving on now to manager matters, which is kind of a general update from Mike Borgonia on housing, non-housing matters. I will note that under there, we had a discussion item about the spring cleanup in Egnar, which we have already addressed. So anything else you'd like to share, Mike?
I will not kick that dead horse again. And thank you for my weekly affirmation that I matter. I'd like to first wish any mothers in the audience, happy Mother's Day this upcoming Sunday. If you aren't a mother, you certainly have one or had one, so please appreciate her. None of us would be here without a mom. Last Thursday, our all-county training, we did in Norwood, the highest in-person attendance that we've had ever. This is something we started 5 years ago. We wanted to bring everybody together, make sure that we're hearing all the common information, sharing successes, retirements, new employees, and things of that nature. And so thank you to the public for giving us that time to have that. Last Friday, there was a grand opening of what's called the Youth Hangout Space in Telluride. This is a project that the towns of Telluride, Mountain Village, and San Miguel County all financially supported. And this is basically a safe space for kids to be after school and in the evenings. It'll be open on the weekends. It was not a rec center, but it is also the library closes at 5 or 6 depending on the day. So this is an alternate location for kids in the community to be. On Monday, I met with James Van Hooser of the town of Telluride regarding the Fruin space, and I figured I would give you those updates at our work session next week. So the Fruin is a building, it's had many incarnations in its life, but it's adjacent to our main administrative offices in in Telluride. So there's courthouse, the Miramonte building, and then the Fruin building sits next to that on the corner. If you've ever been up to Telluride, Second Chance Humane Society thrift store is in there. And we're working with the town to look at the feasibility of building a joint town and county facility. So it'll be a one-stop shop for residents that need things, whether they live in the town or the county. They could do the majority of their public-facing business out of one building. We started with the approach that if we were to donate the land, that the town of Telluride would pay the entire building cost. And that is still the understanding that they are under and we are under. So we're moving forward to see would the space adequately address the needs of the public and future county staff. And I will give you a further update soon. Also at the Regional Housing Authority meeting today, we have a new library director at the Wilkinson Public Library. After many years, Sarah Landry, the previous director, retired. And there is a new director.
Eddie Parrish.
Thank you. I had a first name, but we're not on a first name basis yet. So I appreciate that.
From Austin, Texas.
Very good. Tomorrow, we're going to be doing a tabletop exercise with emergency management about a large scale evacuation. So this is where we bring in all the emergency response entities and we simulate, not in reality, a massive wildfire. And if you've ever been to Telluride, you know that that's a real cause for concern, even out of Mountain Village, where there's one egress, and it's the same road. So I'm really happy we're doing this. Obviously, we know that this is already, we have a low snowpack year, low moisture year. We are always worried about wildfire, but I'm really happy that we're going to be figuring out where our vulnerabilities are and taking actions to find alternate egress out of Telluride and Mountain Village in particular. Lastly, Friday, I'll be meeting with on the intergovernmental goals discussion. This is something that all the local governments get together quarterly, and it's called the Intergovernmental Working Group. We share challenges that we're having. We usually have a specific topic, whether it's forest management or affordable housing. And we took it one step further, that why are we planning all of our goals kind of independently when we're so connected, especially those East End communities. So that's something that we'll be working on with them to see where our goals align and where we might be able to share resources or find where we have gaps. Lastly, we have a BOCC work session next Wednesday on the 14th. And other than that, not gonna list, hopefully it stays quiet. You have any questions?
No questions for me? Anybody? All right. Thank you, Mike. We are going to move on now. This is the part I've been waiting for all day. I'm so excited for Janet Cass. Item 13A, please come up to the front to discuss consideration of appropriating 35,000 out of the county's Land Heritage Fund, which I hope you'll help us understand what that is, Janet.
I won't do that.
Thank you. Consideration of appropriating $35,000 out of the county's Land Heritage Fund in cooperation with Colorado West Land Trust for a proposed land conservation easement of 5,720 acres near Disappointment Valley. I'm so happy we are having this discussion at this meeting.
I know.
You all know Janet Cass because she's been out here before. She's been with us 7 or 8, 10 years.
It'll be 9 in June.
9 in June. And Janet is the Director of Parks and Open Space, which includes a lot more than that sounds like. Including working on conservation easements. So, and Janet, you have somebody with you, Nick.
This is Nate Jacobson from the Colorado West Land Trust.
Great.
Well, first of all, I want to thank the Egnar community for hosting our meeting today and for providing us with that delicious lunch, especially the cookies. Thank you. So as Commissioner Brown just mentioned, we are here today to discuss a potential land conservation easement. And this is something that's managed through the county's land heritage program. So the land heritage program is something that we administer through the county's open space commission. So when we do land conservation easements, there are certain criteria that we look for in considering certain parcels to be considered eligible. So we want there to be at least 100 acres. We're looking to maintain and preserve scenic vistas, wildlife corridors, Denison sage grouse. You know, there's a bunch of different elements that come into play with this, and so we have on the board today, or something well, for consideration is with Colorado West Land Trust is a local ranch, which is only 20 minutes away, which is so appropriate for us to be discussing today. And we're going to be going out after this meeting to actually do a site walk visit. It's 3 parcels. It encompasses 5,720 acres. And we're looking to, and another of criteria is also when we look to retire development rights. So when we retire development rights, that continues on in perpetuity. So even if the land changes hands, those rights are forever retired, or at least those development rights. So it means that, you know, we're now sort of managing that land where they can't do, you know, they can't all of a sudden do subdivisions or all of a sudden reappropriate land for future development. So we've got 163 parcels together where we would retire those development rights. And then there are certain building envelopes which come into play with that. So I have outlined to the county commissioners, well, it's a 5-page memo, and I don't think they want me to read through all the details, but it just lists and mentions all the attributes that come into play with these parcels as far as the wildlife corridors, the riparian areas, and then just the active ramp for which this property is currently being managed as. So this is in Disappointment Valley itself, and I don't know if it made your packet in time, but the one thing that's exciting about this is that, I mean, I'm a huge proponent of providing as many services as possible to the West End communities. And whereas we look to do contiguous land conservation easements, and most of them are in Wrights Mesa, they're in the Norwood area. This is exciting because it would be the first land conservation easement out here in Disappointment Valley in Slip Rock and Egnar. So when Nick approached me about this, it was something where it was different in its attributes, but at the same time, it was certainly worth considering and worth discussing because again, it's going to be a first for our land heritage programs. And so far, the county has preserved or at least contributed to transaction costs for almost 25,000 acres in total with our land heritage program and land conservation easements. So we would then add this to that. And again, the key is retiring development rights and again, preserving these lands in perpetuity. So I don't know if anybody has any questions for me, but before I continue, I just wanted to turn it over to Nick to maybe add some additional details as far as
Can I ask a question before you
Sure.
go on? So when you call these conservation easements, what use is available to the public of that land?
Well, sometimes it depends. So this is an active working ranch. So it's still very much.
It's private land right now.
It is private land. Depending on the landowner, you know, there have been times where we might be able to work in an easement for a trail. I mean, it depends where it's located, how much recreational usage might be in demand in that area. So it all comes down to the individual parcel, the landowner, what they're open to. You know, we do, and there are other elements to it as well. I have Julie Kolb, our noxious weed manager with us. So she's waiting from the back. So she's gonna be accompanying us on our sidewalk visit after the meeting. Because we're gonna then have her connect with the ranch manager so that we can get an active program going to eradicate the noxious weeds that have been identified on the parcel. And then we also we have a PES program, which is payment for ecosystem services. So we're looking to maybe educate the ranch owner on certain practices that might help them with their grazing efforts, with their cattle and livestock, just with soil health, and this bigger picture there. So it's more than just sort of preserving the land or conserving the land, but educating the landowner and making them aware of other county programs that come into play with this. And again, yes, if there are recreational attributes that we can also gain.
I guess I have a real negative view of these conservation things
Okay.
because what I see them as is the county takes up something in conservation and they build walls and that area is no longer, I can look at it from somewhere else, but that area is no longer available to me.
Well, the way it works is, so the county, we contribute towards transaction costs. And typically I'm approached by a land trust. So hence Nick from the Colorado West Land Trust approached me because the ranch owner wanted to preserve this land in perpetuity. So typically it's that private landowner approaching us saying, hey, I want to try to do the right thing here, retire some development rights so that down the road in the future, if my family no longer owns this land and it changes hands, let's still try to preserve something, again, in going into the future for development. But it depends, so we are dealing with a private landowner. So we're
Right.
not looking to build walls around it, so to speak, but sort of like preserve it going forward from a conservation standpoint.
And I think also for environmental benefits.
Right,
As you're
exactly.
talking about with the PES program and getting rid of weeds. I think, Patty, the takeaway for me here from your question is that it's parcel by parcel. And when it's private land, there's, less likelihood, particularly if it's an active cattle ranch.
So this guy's making a decision for the rest of the world forever that this land never be touched.
Not that it never be touched. I mean, this is a decision to reserve the land in more or less its natural state, but he has the right to hunt, to fish, to lease run, even fishing, to ranch it. To do it.
Him and his family, and when he's gone in perpetuity, it then goes back to nature.
Nope, he can.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we let Nick make his presentation,
Okay.
his part of the presentation that may address some of your questions? And then I think what we would probably need to do here is listen to your comments, but we can't have like an ongoing
Okay.
dialogue. But we do want to hear from you, Patty. But let Nick lay it all out on the table. Cole, can you wait for Nick?
Into whose land this is? This sounds like what happened, Stephen Amsukis.
That's correct. Yeah.
And then maybe.
Why don't we let's let Nick finish the presentation and then we may have fewer questions. Does that sound good?
You bet.
Or our questions will be better informed. Okay.
Yeah, well, first, let me introduce myself. So I'm Nick Jacobson. I'm a conservation manager for Colorado West Land Trust, which is an organization that was founded in 1980, originally in Palisade, Colorado, by a group of Palisade peach producers who were the first land trust started by agricultural producers in the country. And they were really worried about the proliferation of housing on their peach land. And so they tried different solutions. They got elected to county commissions. And they realized that a lot of those solutions were political. You could change the next election cycle. And so they came to what at the time was a very novel idea, the idea of an agricultural land trust. They did a whole lot of work in Palisade. They did a whole lot of work in the Glade Park landscape, which, as you know, is not dissimilar from some parts of San Miguel County. It's a lot of large open ranch land. Today, we're a larger organization. We cover 6 counties in western Colorado, San Miguel County being one of those. We hold about 600 of these conservation easements across private land, totaling about 150,000 acres. Almost all of that land is in agricultural production of one sort or another. And so in this case, we're looking at a working ranch. Yes, it did used to be owned by the Supa family. It's now owned by a new landowner, Mr. Marvin Peachy, who has not owned land in the Disappointment Valley before. He has owned land in another ranch in San Miguel County, and he's very interested in seeing working ranches remain working ranches. And so he works with the local ranch manager to operate this as a cattle operation. And that's what he's interested in doing with this conservation easement, seeing they continue to produce food and fiber for our surrounding communities, to continue to provide open space that you see when you drive along Highway 141, and also to provide wildlife habitat. Even though we can't access it as members of the public, that's not something that will be allowed in this conservation easement. I don't know of a single mule deer or elk that seems to acutely understand private land boundaries, except for during hunting season, when they seem to really understand it. Yeah. And so
You're saying you can't hunt on these.
there's no public access, but this is absolutely something that Marv and any future landowner of this property can hunt on and can lease for hunting. You know that hunting is a major economic driver in San Miguel County and most of western Colorado. So it's and this is where we come to the county for what are called transaction costs. These are complicated commercial real estate projects at their core. This landowner is donating a conservation easement to us. He is permanently agreeing to only have 2 residents on this 5,720 acre property, rather than 165 residences if you split them into 35 acre parcels. And in return for that, he's able to access the state tax credit. That's a great program that we have in the state of Colorado. It's why we have nearly 3 million acres of protected private land around the state. But it is a tricky mechanism to access, and so that's why transaction costs are a major barrier for many landowners. In this case, we're coming to San Miguel County Board of Commissioners. They're asking for $35,000 to leverage against nearly $3.7 million of state funding. So that's about $106 of return and conservation value for every dollar that the county is putting in. So that's the short version of the project, and I'm happy to field any questions.
Before we get to public comments, we normally have the commissioners ask their questions and comment, and then we absolutely do that. Lena and Lance, any questions or comments?
Yeah, will you update me on the current funds available through the LHC?
Sure, so with the Land Heritage Program, again, this falls under the County Open Space Commission budget.
Yeah.
And each year we budget funding for that. Typically about $100,000 each year, because we never know, based on land conservation easement requests and the size of the request, and the request for dollars, how much we're gonna be spending. So this is money that is there, and it's sort of in this bucket with finance, that it's there, but only when we need it. So, and what's exciting about this is, because I'm so supportive of land conservation easements, we actually haven't had one in a couple of years. And it's only because we just haven't been approached. And, so getting back on the map with this, literally and figuratively, and Nick is working on some other LCEs as well. It's just exciting to get back into that mode of conserving land and moving forward and retiring development rights. Thanks. Thanks.
I don't have any questions. I've participated in a couple of these over the last 7 years, and this is, as you said, Janet, the first one in the far west corner end of the county, and I'm really excited to talk more about it, but I'm with you so far.
Thank you, Lance. I wanted to mention too that the $100,000 that's in the Open Space Committee budget annually that may or may not get spent is generated by our Parks and Open Space mill levy. Is that correct?
Yes, everything is tied in with the mill levy, pretty much all the funding for the entire department. And again, so the request we have on the table today is to $35,000. And as Nick mentioned, this would be contributed to transaction costs. And depending on land conservation easements, that number can fluctuate from 35 to 75. It depends how many acres are being included in the mix. And again, what kind of costs are on the table as far as the transaction and how much the landowner is donating themselves. So each land conservation easement projects or funding of it is different and individual to that specific project.
That was another point that really struck me as a positive about this project. First of all, that the
transaction costs are estimated to be $93,000, and the landowners themselves are contributing 58,000 of that. So they're being quite generous in that regard. And the other thing too is I've seen, and tell me if I'm wrong, Nick and Janet, but oftentimes landowners are selling this conservation easement, and these landowners are donating it. So this is another, I think, really big win for the county and the basin and all that. So I'm also with you so far. Anything else from the commissioners before I go to the public? No?
I also just wanted to mention, I was glad to hear you talk about the payment for ecological system, because when I was reading through the packet and reading the landowners' intent to increase productivity and sustainability of the ranching operation, and working to improve soil health and water efficiency, you know, I was really hoping that they might consider utilizing that program, foster those.
No, and thank you for mentioning that, Commissioner Lacy, because that's, you know, there are so many components, not only to the Parks and Open Space Department, but to the county overall, as far as these individual programs that we offer for landowners, homeowners, et cetera. And again, it comes down to education. So we want to educate just landowner as we do others, just as far as what other services we provide and how we can help them in the future.
There's quite a legacy within the Supla family and that long time operational ranch, and you know, that the fact that this new landowner is wanting to keep this land in its current and hopefully improved state in perpetuity, is something to really take into consideration.
Well, what's exciting too, and one thing that Nick pointed out to me is that the new landowner, he only purchased this ranch back in November. And he's just very progressive, or just, you know, moving forward. You know, he knows what he wants to do, he knows what he wants to accomplish, and he's just taking these positive steps forward. So we're just trying to help him along the way.
Can I have a comment?
Yes.
Okay, so here's the way I see it as a lower income senior living in Egnar, Colorado. Our money is very limited. We're on Social Security. I pay property taxes, and what I see is happening is some of those property taxes are going, so this guy gets a break on his property taxes, so that property that in thousands of years that's not going to be developed is not developed. I mean, I don't see human beings developing Disappointment Valley anytime soon. There's a reason its name is Disappointment Valley. You know, they're just not flocking to that area that it needs this kind of protection. That's just my feeling as a very poor person who wonders where the money goes, where my tax dollars go. And I'm passionate about it. It makes me want to cry that other people are willing to give up their rights as a landowner here to never have control of that land again. But even that's beside the point. Nobody wants to live in Disappointment Valley. I mean, please, you guys have all driven through there. It's not prime land. It's pretty, but it's not prime land to go build a home. It's just not.
Do you mind if I provide a comment to that?
I was just gonna say, Nick, if you could.
Yeah, I hear you completely, 100%. And when we were initially approached about this project by the landowner, that was my reaction as well.
And I just want you to know, I had that same conversation with him.
Yep, I was like, I've been to Disappointment Valley. There, you know,
What is that?
why do we need to do a conservation easement out there?
Thanks for chat, yeah.
I didn't know that. I'll have to check them out. This is a unique property in the area. It is 5,720 acres surrounded by 90,000 acres of BLM and Forest Service leases, which makes it a functional, contiguous ranch that you can trail cattle around year round. It's a very viable operation. It employs 2 people full-time currently, potentially more in the future, and many more folks seasonally, depending on what's going on the ranch. We need to look no further than the San Luis Valley or parts of southeastern Colorado to see great examples of land that one would assume is never going to be developed, chopped up into 35-acre parcels. Those 35-acre parcels are still not developed. But they're not adding anything to the economy of those regions anymore, right? They're not viable ranches. 35 acres, you know, we have some folks who have moved in from Texas or California who think 35 acres makes a ranch. 35 acres does not make an economically viable ranch. And so that's what we want to, you know, avoid seeing in the Disappointment Valley. This is one of the few productive ranches in western San Miguel County, and we'd like to keep it that way. Sure that, you know, continues to employ people.
Can you speak to the tax money?
The little tax credit from.
Yeah, well, the tax credit and where this tax funding is being sourced from and appropriated from, so we can understand those concerns. My question.
Can I take a stab at that?
Please, yeah.
So the 35,000 that is the request today
Yeah.
is out of the Parks and Open Space Fund. That is a restricted fund within the county budget, and it receives its own mill levy. The voters changed that from 1.5 mils down to 1 mil, and because that extra half mil went towards dedicated towards developing future affordable housing. So the funds, if they are not spent, they cannot by law be transferred to the general fund for other services. They can't increase police or sheriff's response. They cannot increase road and bridge. They are legally restricted to only parks and open space projects. And so I think that's an important factor of this money. It was created by a ballot measure the citizens voted for and can only be used for those specific purposes. So if they choose not to do this, that 35,000 will stay in their fund balance. But it will not be able to go towards reducing people's taxes or other things that they might want.
Hence the word dedicated.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's just important, that clarification to understand that, because. it's
But
not-
every year a piece is coming out of my property tax to fund that. Right?
Correct.
So on one hand, you guys are funding housing and Telluride, on the other hand, you're funding things to not build anything. So it really just is, kind of boggles the mind.
I'll try to help you with that. It's trying to put the housing where there's the most people and economy and need.
Right?
And it's trying to keep the ranching heritage alive in other portions of the county where there isn't a need for great housing. But there's a risk, as Nick mentioned, and I don't know if you've been to the San Luis Valley, that there are thousands of sagebrush acres out there that look very similar to Disappointment Valley, but it's been chopped up into 35 or even 5-acre parcels. And folks own them, and some folks have managed to get a trailer and haul water and scratch out a place to live. And I don't think that's what I personally would prefer to see in Disappointment Valley, knowing that I have an opportunity to maintain a working ranch and an ecosystem, if you will, for not only humans and cattle, but also for sage grouse and deer and elk and future generations. And in 1,000 years, I have no idea, Patty, if we're going to be here or not. But what I can foresee of the future, any land that I can help set aside and not allow people to take over and chop up in areas where there are large spaces, I think that's a good move for my daughter. I think that's a good move for her potential children. And I'm willing to take that risk at this small price. Out of the property taxes that you pay, the portion of those property taxes that are ending up in this fund that Mike mentioned for parks and open space is small. And out of that small amount, the amount that I'm intending to consider voting for here in a few seconds is minuscule. So I appreciate that every penny
But see,
counts.
it's minuscule on your level.
No, I'm saying out of the amount of property taxes that you pay in total, a minuscule amount of that is actually going to end up in this project. You're welcome to disagree with.
Yes, and I need to,
How government spends. money.
because I just don't agree with government controlling land.
That's fine.
You know, I just don't agree with that. I think that that's not how the earth was intended to be controlled.
I think we have a philosophical.
We do.
They're
Yeah.
not gonna
And I-
reconcile today.
I do, and
No,
I think
you're
as,
right.
I think as the chair, I need to kind of call this conversation. I
I
really
understand.
appreciate you feeling comfortable sharing that view with us, Patty, and it is something that we keep in mind as we are laying out the budget. We recognize that there is a enormous diversity of wealth or inequity of wealth in this community, and this board in particular is tries to be as cautious as we can about that. Cole.
2 points. One quickly, just a report of what Lance just said. For 10 or 15 years, the Western Watershed Project has worked their darndest as up-team lawyers to try to get all cattle grazing off of Disappointment Valley. And my big concern about that, as soon as they did that, all that private land was going to go up for sale, and you know, there was going to be 100 little travel trailers sitting out there. That's one thing. Another though, and Patty's point, for wanting someday to maybe be able to walk it. Right now, at the time of the conservation easement, if that's really critical to look at what was a conservation easement, what would this one include? If it's only really restricting to actual construction of like 2 houses, we said, that's one thing. But, and if that's a restriction, then conceivably, sometime in the future, 5 years, 50 years, 100 years, the owners could say, and we're gonna open it up to the public. Or the county could come in and say, you know, we have an open space fund and parks and open space, and we're gonna start paying this landowner $10,000 a year to allow the public to walk all over the property, okay? But if the conservation easement says the primary purpose is for solitude of wildlife, that will never be able to happen. You see what I mean? If you have solitude of wildlife, you cannot mix solitude of wildlife with people walking all over the property.
That matters how the
But
conservation
if
easement is
you're only
written.
restricting number of houses to be constructed, then you really ought to leave it open the potential for it to be actually part of the San Miguel County parks. And Patty could go there and walk all over it, or and depending on how you define solitude or how you define things, and take your ATV out and drive around in an all-terrain vehicle and things like that, or maybe only confined to certain roads that and trails. Anyway, if you want to keep short version, if you want to keep it open for potentially a county public use area, either along trails or wherever people want to walk, or however open you want to keep it open for, you have to be really careful how that's worded right now.
And I can just speak for that briefly.
Please, Nick.
All of our conservation easements, unless the landowner really wants to allow public access up front, or really wants to not ever allow public access, all of our conservation easements leave that decision open to that landowner and any future landowner. And then I would also just say that to me, a conservation easement is the ultimate exercise of private property rights. This is a landowner making a voluntary decision to encumber his or her land permanently and not allow subdivision and development. And so there's no government control. San Miguel County is not reserving any right of enforcement within the conservation easement. It is a relationship between the private nonprofit land trust and the landowner. And of course, we're accredited on the national level and also on the state level to be able to hold conservation easements and enforce them. But that's a very common misconception, is that the landowner is giving up their private property rights. They are, but only a few that are in the agreement, primarily the right to subdivide and develop.
So what are the restrictions? Are they asking for permanent solitude for wildlife, or are they asking just for everything's still wide open except for can only construct 2 houses?
The landowner's primary goal with this conservation easement is to see this remain an intact working ranch. We are an agricultural land trust first and foremost, and all of our conservation easements, with the exception of a very few in the Grand Junction area that are for public access and parks and open space, all of our conservation easements are focused on keeping it with land.
So it is really still open for a future San Miguel County park.
Yep. If that was something that San Miguel County wanted to do in the future, there is nothing in this easement that would prevent that from occurring. And I would also add, there are millions of acres of public land that are accessible to all of us that surround this property. They are largely in holding in public land. And so while you may not be able to access this particular property without permission of the landowner, you can access those millions of acres of public land, the roads, trails, and just overland travel, that look down on this property.
There. Can I have one more comment during just as far as the property taxes go, this person will not be getting a tax property tax rate based on this easement. They are currently taxed as an agricultural property and they continue to be so. And there's no.
Somebody said that there was some state tax credit.
There's a tax with state tax credit, but that is separate from the property.
And that's a
taxes.
one-time thing for their putting the easement on the property. Is that correct?
That's correct. They're making a charitable contribution, and the state of Colorado authorized tax credit for that charitable contribution. That's a one-time incentive. That just a lot of the conservation work done around the state. But one of the key things here is that this is not a government entity, buying a property for conservation and taking it off the tax rolls. This is a private landowner conserving the property, and he will continue to pay property taxes.
Maggie, did you have a comment?
Yeah, well, I have a question. So you represent, what's the name of your,
Colorado West Canyon.
okay,
It used to be called the Black Canyon Regional Land Trust.
all right, so this trust is not governed by government?
No.
Okay,
We're authorized by state and federal code, but we are not a government agency.
Okay. And then one other question.
Mhm.
So we want to know what the boundaries of this conservation, this ranching, we just basically, for us who are familiar with the name Sukla, we just look up what their boundaries are on a map, and then that's what this is gonna be.
Well, I think the Suklets continue to own separate land in the valley.
But those solar fields are ugly, that's correct.
Okay.
They are, and there's 4 square miles of it.
Not your thing.
No.
Maggie, did you have a comment?
Yes, oh man, my mind went blank.
That's the fire department.
Oh, so as fire department, it's like business as usual. If there's a fire on the property, we respond like we would any other property, or we restrict it.
No impacts.
Okay, and are there any public access roads through these,
There are quite a few county roads that tours.
and they won't be restricted?
Nope.
Okay,
Again, the only thing that is restricted through this easement is the number of homes that can be developed on the land. Darlene?
To understand this whole thing, somebody that has developed the land, we own 368 acres. When we started, we didn't have water, didn't have sewer, didn't have trailer, didn't have anything. Our worst fear is somebody to come in there and buy it and develop it with 50 houses. And I appreciate so much what you guys are doing, because it will, down through the years, family would still be able to be involved with that. Would still be able to enjoy it. You still have the animals and stuff that you've always hunted. It has so many positive things. and you know that the county can help you get it done. Just, I don't know how many people have gone by a farm and seen it develop. And it just makes you so sad that these people worked really hard all their lives. And the money was more important to the people that inherited it to sell it than to remember what their family went through. And I mean, picking up blocks off the field and planting by hand. And I can't tell you all the things we've done in 50 years. And I am 110% for this. I would donate to you guys to help you keep going. And please, you guys, help them do what they're trying to do, because the Super Ranch, I don't know how many of you guys have ever driven down around there. You haven't been into the ranch, but it's all county roads. I mean, you can see everything, and it's beautiful down there. The animals, I have 200 head of elk, and I don't want this recorded.
You're in the right place for that.
Yes, they've wintered. They know where they're protected. They know in Egnar that they're not as chased as a lot of places because of they're surrounded by farms. The farmers plant to make sure that they get feed. So I'm telling you.
That's not really our point.
This is a wonderful thing. So.
Thank you, Darlene.
More discussion later on.
Is there anyone we haven't heard from yet who'd like to make an additional comment? I think other than that, all right, I really appreciate this conversation and everybody sharing diverse points of view in a respectful way. Thank you so much. And I would also like to thank Nick for bringing this opportunity to the Board of Commissioners, Janet, for all the work I know you've done that we didn't know about, or I didn't know about that was happening behind the scenes. Commissioners, are we ready for a motion?
We are, and I move to appropriate $35,000 out of the county's Land Heritage Fund in cooperation with Colorado West Land Trust for a proposed land conservation easement of 5,720 acres near this Department of Ag.
I'll second that. Commissioners, any further discussion? How do you vote?
I'd just like to make a comment.
Please.
Just within my lifetime, we've lost over 80% of our productive agricultural land in this country. And I see our ag land as being a prime resource that we are seeing being lost before our very eyes every day. And as representative of District 3 of San Miguel County, I'm happy to see funds allocated to help preserve prime agricultural land to be kept in perpetuity for its intended use by the original Supla family who has worked on that land for generations. And I see ranchers as the original environmentalists and, you know, providing habitat not only for their livestock, but all of the native species to live in balance with the land that it's being tended to and stewarded in a really responsible way. So that's why I very much support this.
Thank you, Commissioner Gleason.
I vote aye.
I think that was an obvious aye. I as well, the motion passes unanimously, and we look forward to hearing about the conclusion and the closing or whatever the technicalities are that take place. And to someday, I hope also thanking the landowners for what they're doing for our county and our planet Earth. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to move on now to item number 14, which is commissioner updates. And this is the time when we kind of let each other and the public know what we've been up to. In this case, it's only been a week since we last did it, so we might not have too much to report. But it looks like Commissioner Waring is ready to go.
Well, I can add that Mike and I attended the Regional Housing Authority meeting, and it was a world record for the shortest meeting ever. We were in session for 17 minutes. During that time, we met our new Assistant County Housing Director, Alyssa, and got to know her a little bit. And we were also informed that the draft housing needs survey is up on the SMRC website.
Oh.
SMRHK website, and that they will be opportunity for us all to take a look at that.
Commissioner.
Yes, sir.
May I clarify that a little bit?
Please.
The draft is not on the website. It is the whole package that's been laid out as to how we got to where we're at with this draft. The draft is still at EPS, getting our final comments addressed. So the draft is not on the website. I don't want that misnomer out there. But there is a full time frame and all of the backup documents to how we got to where we're at.
So information about the draft is on the website, and the draft itself is still forthcoming.
Yes.
And am I correct that the commissioners and the town councils of Tyrone and Mount will be reviewing that at our IT meeting in the next?
Yeah.
Is that correct?
No.
Oh.
When the IG, I was under the understanding the IG meeting was in June. It is next Monday.
Yeah.
And so we do not have time to get it fully voted for this.
Oh, okay.
So that was a misnomer on me. I thought it was in June,
Right.
and that was my misunderstanding.
I wonder if we might call a special IT meeting for June to review that, because this has been dragging on. With all due respect to you, I know it's not you.
It could be me, right? I take my part in this. It has been a long time coming. And I think that is something that we are talking about timing between me, Zoe Denal, Michelle Olson. We do plan on accelerating this as quickly as we can, but it will not be next month.
Okay, that's helpful.
Quick question, commissioners. I know it is kind of last minute, but would you like to formally propose that we extend or postpone this IG meeting? Because I know like Friday, we're working on the goals for a Monday meeting. And it seems like we're rushing to have something to discuss at this Monday meeting, whereas if we could punt it out, that needs assessment, we could have more time to actually work.
Do you know what else might be on the agenda, other than, anyways, what else is on the agenda?
Is Oprah?
It's Oprah. And
Okay, so they're holding, I can reach out to them and see what else.
If they're amenable, I think that's a good idea. If there's something pressing on the agenda that I know about, then we'll do too.
Okay.
for those two reasons that you mentioned, I think that's a great idea.
Okay, great.
Lance, that was a good springboard for conversation.
Yeah, you can find out. And I got myself straightened out. I also attended a meeting with Senator Hickenlooper and Bennett's staff on the Fix Our Forests bill that Senator Hickenlooper has been a proponent of. And it turns out that there were some parts of that legislation that were concerning to a number of counties, and we were able to sit with the staff and reiterate and explain some of those concerns and hear some of the response. And it comes as no surprise that this was a balance between an initial House bill that was incredibly challenging for even more reasons and a case compromise. And so the senator's team explained that some of the things that the counties were concerned about, for example, waiving NEPA regulations and so forth, were gives in order to avoid some really big takes. And the takeaway from the meeting at the end of an hour and a half conversation was that it's not yet fully formed, and there's still more time to work, and that our considerations will be taken under advisement, but that after hearing kind of why there were these challenges in the bill, it made more sense as to what the compromises were that we were making in order to avoid some other problem.
That's reassuring.
Yeah, I was grateful to hear the backstory.
Yeah, if not reassuring, at least makes a little bit more sense.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Beyond that, since last week, I did attend the Samples Energy Board regional meeting, and I'll get you bullet points summaries of that, as opposed to going through what I've done. Thank you.
Thank you, Lance. Okay.
Let's see. Since we last convened, I think it's worth mentioning, I met with a constituent, who is going through the process of
applying for WAPA transmission grid connection for for a geothermal energy project up on Iron Springs Mesa. And I'm just kind of learning the scope of this, but, this individual might come to the commission soon with an ask of a support a letter for this application process. Or I may just choose to do so on my own solely as a commissioner, depending on the timeline. But it's a very interesting project. And I have been in communication with Michaela Gordon from VC about the potential economic benefits of a project like this. Apparently there's a lot of crossover with skill set from a lot of folks who have worked at the tri-state energy plant, and even the coal mine, that it could be some job opportunity for folks within the region that have the skill sets. It's interesting.
Would that be a commercial project on Orange Springs basis? It would be, that's why they have to hook in.
Yeah, it
Interesting.
would be a commercial scale energy generation plant.
And that, I assume would be something they would come to not only for a letter of support, but for a special use permit,
Well,
road permit?
there would be many permits
Okay.
that would be applied for, but at this point, they're just trying to get prioritized within the WAPA transmission grid connection for to be a potentiality of a project. It's very much in the inception phase.
I see.
But having initial support from counties is something that she feels could really help bolster the potentiality of the project. So just learned about it last week. I'll keep y'all posted. I think it's interesting. After that, I popped in for the all county staff training. And just, it was great. I was there for the portion where each department went through and talked about any new hires and what every department is undergoing currently. And there was a great group of folks there. It was in Norwood, very convenient for me to pop in on my way home, and I was really happy to be there. That evening, I joined the West End Vision Project, and I helped facilitate a group conversation on visioning topics. And for those in the room who might not be familiar with this program, the West End Vision Project is a project with communities of Newfoundland, Narita, and Norwood are looking on to create a shared roadmap for managing growth and creating prosperity in the region. So it's community conversations based on the community coming forth with their values to address future growth and try to drive economic development that is coming from within the values of the community. The values that have kind of emerged through this process so far are, and the topics that I helped facilitate that evening were on economy and industry development, housing access, physical and social health, education and training, public lands and natural resources, maintaining rural community character, and community collaboration. It was a great conversation all around. So many really good viewpoints were brought forth, and that project continues to just move forward in a really positive and productive way. It's great to be there. I attended the recreation roundtable meeting on the 5th. There was a lot that was covered there, but some highlights. Megan, from US Forest Service brought it to all of our attention that maybe did not know that the recreation ranger position has been postponed for this season. That's concerning because the recreation ranger doesn't mention duties, but one of which is just keeping a bigger eye on especially campsites, dispersed camping sites, looking for trash, human waste, keeping an eye on campfires that maybe have left unattended. So real like wildfire kind of prevention
And so without those people in place this summer, there's discussion on how, as a community, we can really try to just keep a big eye out and collaboratively just kind of be good stewards to pass information on to the Forest Service if anyone sees anything that is of concern so that they can address it. So we'll have ongoing discussions about how we do that. There's, concern about greater messaging here. The Forest Service is concerned about messaging. They don't want there to be a perception of lack of control. So really just devising a message right now on how to put that word out to the community so people know to be stewards and all be looking out. Yeah, this is an interesting conversation.
Yeah, a couple comments on that. I think that would be something that we should try to get out, or they should try to get out, maybe through the newspaper and the radio, and just kind of get websites and or social media to alert the community that we need to step up. One thing, and I was reading an article about what's happening in the Roaring Fork Valley, and they have nonprofit organizations that are filling in to fund toilet cleaning and trash disposal and things like that. So I would also, if you're in touch, well, I know many of us are, with Meganino, if they find real holes in their operations, that they come to the government, maybe the Terry Foundation, so that it doesn't get too far out of hand.
Yeah, well, that second on the list here, there is one particular shortfall there at the Alta Lakes site, the porta potty there. They're having shortfalls in the contract for that, so we very well may see US Forest Service coming to us and other entities to maybe help fund that particular amenity for the summer. And yeah, so it's gonna be one of those like, and the Forest Service is just, they want the message rolled out in a particular way, so there's gonna be ongoing communication in the next couple of weeks, figuring out like really what that message is and how it's gonna be delivered. But great, that was discussed. Dan from BLM, he also discussed staffing shortfalls, but everything within San Miguel County is relatively under wraps. There still will be one river ranger. They usually have 3, but there at least will be present. And then he actually offered the Forest Service some personnel to help with their funding of staff shortages, with their OHV rangers. There's 2 of them that generally kind of just hang out in Delta, and he said that he would be willing to kind of dispatch them to San Miguel County to help with some like periphery ranger duties. So that was useful. And beyond that, there's kind of a changing of the guard officially happening at Telluride Mountain Club. Heidi Lauterbach is actually finally stepping back as executive director, and Sophia is going to be moving into that role in the next few weeks, but finally happening. Other than that, that was pretty much the highlights that I need to mention in the meeting. And then I attended the Bruin monthly compost meeting. Hank Williams will be joining us for our VOCC meeting next week, giving a presentation on his internship with the county composting program, and we're continuing to move forward with efforts to expand composting to the greater county, and working with Bruin to try to help them actually support that program.
Great. Okay, couple things for me on Friday night. I missed you, Mike, at the opening of the youth center. I know, I heard you were.
Oh, I was the second one.
You were early, I was late,
Second.
but I wanted to say one thing about that is fantastic, is not only the space for youth, but also the programming that will come around. And I might have mentioned that to you all before, but there's really robust programming, not only by Communities That Care, but also other organizations in the region who will be providing that. So it's going to be instructive and constructive time spent. Last night, Sarah Enders and I were on Koto Radio, having a very similar conversation on Off the Record as she did here with you all today. So if anybody missed anything, you can listen to the recording. And then next week, she will be making a presentation backed up by Commissioner Gleason in Norwood on the 13th. And that location has changed. It's no longer the library, it's now the Sheriff's Annex where we have better tech. And then there will be one on May 20th in Telluride at the BOCC meeting room, and both of those will be on Zoom, so they're available to anybody who's interested in those. This is something that Lance, you mentioned to me that I thought was worth bringing up, is that our representative Jeff Hurd in Washington, who's new, he took over for Lauren Gobert in January. We've been in regular communication with him through letters about matters that are important to us. And as I mentioned earlier, he responded to our suggestions that he maintain Medicaid funding because we have, is it 30% of the district on Medicaid, something really high. And that has all sorts of trickle down issues if that gets immediately cut. But also he signed a letter with 12 other Republicans, congressmen, asking for that to be retained. In addition, he recently, did this come from you? Recently signed a letter with all of the Colorado Democratic representatives supporting rehiring of 3,000 red card holders at the Forest Service. And those are people who can fight wildfires. The Trump administration had said they were not cutting any firefighters, and I think that is true in terms of people whose only job was firefighting, but there were 3,000 additional employees who were certified with red card holders to pitch in when needed. And so I'm just grateful to Representative Hurd that he is paying attention to some matters of real importance on the Western Slope. And he was the only Republican who did so in our Colorado delegation. Just another thing regarding wildfire, I think I may have spoken to you all or somebody has about House Bill 1302, which was one of the governor's top bills. This one was intended to reduce homeowners insurance. I don't know how it's going here for you all in Egnar, but it's just going through the roof. Yeah, you too, on the East End and also throughout the state. And one of the governor's proposals was HB 1302, which would have imposed a 1% fee on our homeowners insurance, but it would ultimately, his economic analysis would have reduced premiums because it would have provided some what's called reinsurance, where basically the state was paying for the first amount of loss and then the private companies would come in later. Anyway, I was a supporter of that. It made a lot of sense to me, but sadly it failed. And I think the issue was that according to the Sun, is that the 1% was going to be paid by the policy owners. So it was going to increase, at least in the short term, our cost of living. Whereas previous programs like this had been paid by the insurance companies, which ultimately are paid by us. But anyway, it failed. So maybe we'll take another crack at it. And then I had also heard through my chatter through CCAT that PILT funding was approved. And I wondered if anybody knew about that. I couldn't find anything in the news. Not yet. Okay.
There's nothing official.
Not yet. Okay. PILT funding is payment in lieu of taxes, which is money from the federal government that is paid to local governments because publicly held land doesn't pay property taxes. So it's meant to help offset that loss of property taxes, but it has to be approved annually by Congress. And we're all kind of waiting because for San Miguel County, that's been last year 1.4 million. It's a big deal for us. So we're hoping that that will get funded. I heard just chatter that it might have been, but we don't know yet. Okay.
And PILT is generally reserved for road maintenance, firefighting, and law enforcement services. The sheriff's office consumes about 43% of the county's general fund, which is our main fund that funds pretty much all the operations except for road bridge and parks and open space. So PILT's very important.
So keep our fingers crossed. Thank you. Those are my commissioner updates, and the crowd is thinning. We understand that. Yes. Oh,
I had one other thing that I meant to bring up.
Oh, sure.
That I wanted to give you a heads up on because it is time sensitive.
Yes, please.
So, as many of you know, with the opioid companies, they've been reaching settlements when they knowingly were selling too many prescription opioid pills in different areas.
those settlement funds, as a state, Colorado asked each of the counties to, do you want to receive them yourself and stand up your own programs, or do you want to work together as a region? The Southwest Colorado region chose to band together and work together we would, any funds that are received, rather than getting our pro rata share, we put them all into a big regional pot of funds, and then those funds will go towards substance abuse prevention, youth treatment, drug and alcohol counseling, things of that nature. So one of the recipients, we just learned Friday or Monday evening, is San Miguel and Uray County jointly in our juvenile services. And this is to keep kids from going to jail. It's to provide them with support and accountability, to keep them basically out of jail, and also dealing with the issues that are getting them in trouble in the first place. We are poised to receive $146,614 to take, currently we have one full-time employee, and then we have a part-time that we share between San Miguel and Uray. This would increase it to 2 full-time employees. They need our funding agreement signed by the chair of our organization back by May 12th. This was forwarded to me on Tuesday, too late to put into our packet. So I'm bringing this to your attention. There are no funds required for San Miguel County. It just gives us the opportunity to have more staffing and more support for those services. So I would respectfully request, if you're okay with this, that we allow the chair to sign, and then we would ratify that at our next regular meeting. Are you generally supportive? Thank you very much.
Thank you for
Okay.
bringing that up.
Cool.
Anything else?
Okay.
Okay, so I know we are over time. We were meant to end at 2, it's 2:22. So if anybody needs to continue, people need to trickle out, that's fine, but I would encourage you to stay to hear from our relatively new county attorney, Maura Fahey, who is usually very concise, but full of important information. We will start with item 15, which is her update as needed. And then we do have one agendized item, which we'll get to after that general update.
Thank you, Commissioner Brown. So just one update I wanted to give that might be of interest to you all is regarding the paradox upstream and paradox downstream, the oil and gas operation that was operating out in this end of the county that was delinquent in their taxes going back to 2020. And then ultimately they declared bankruptcy in 2023. And the county did enter claims into that bankruptcy proceeding, because I think at the time it was somewhere around $750,000 in unpaid taxes that they owed to the county, a portion of which would have gone to the Egnar Fire District and the Lone Pine Library District, and that had not been paid. And we had retained bankruptcy attorneys to help us in that case, because we don't have, my office doesn't have any expertise in that. And kind of to make a very long story short, our bankruptcy attorneys that we initially hired, we think missed some things. Because the bankruptcy estate was sold in March of 2024, and the county was never paid out from the sale proceeds. And we've now learned that, in fact, our view and the view of other attorneys, we've now retained new bankruptcy attorneys, that things we could have done to get paid were not done. So now we have new bankruptcy attorneys. We are still doing everything we can at the commissioner's direction to chase that money down. We've sent demand letters to the bank that bought the sale proceeds. We have also sent demand letters to our old bankruptcy attorneys, because I think it was their inaction that caused us not to have that money paid yet. So just as an update, we are still paying attention to it. We are doing everything we can to try and get that money so that those funds can go out to the taxing districts. And our new bankruptcy attorneys did recently file updated claims for all of the money owed, including interest on those back taxes. So I think now we're almost up to $1 million that's due.
Wow.
So hopefully we will see that money someday. It could be still a ways down the road, but just so you all know, we're still
on it, we haven't forgotten about it, and we're doing everything we can.
Yes, sir.
How much is this costing the client?
It is costing money to fight, but at this point, nothing in comparison to what is owed. So it's, we have decision points along the way, and the commissioners continue to feel that the amount that we could potentially recover is worth the effort at this stage, and we'll continue to evaluate that as we're going along.
More as an exempt employee, which means after 40 hours, you have to approve.
She seems to be doing it, but.
That's the only update I have, so I can move on to the specific item. So last week we talked about, just for context for you all, there was, the ballot measure that passed last November in the Smart Transportation District, which is Telluride Mountain Village area and the school district, to fund the gondola replacement. There was a lawsuit challenging that election. And then the Board of County Commissioners was named in that lawsuit. And we fought that because the Board of County Commissioners didn't have a role in that election. It was a special district measure. And we had sought to get the county dismissed from that case. And it took quite some time to get that to happen, and attorney time and effort, and ultimately we were dismissed from the case, just before the so last week we spoke in executive session about potentially seeking attorney's fees in that case, because that's something that's allowed under the law. And commissioners, since we had that conversation, the plaintiff in that case made an offer to the county to settle our claim for attorney's fees in the amount of $2,500. And I think my recommendation is, given the amount of fees that we have into the case and the additional effort that it would take to recover that full amount from the court, that this is a reasonable offer. And so I'm just asking for you to vote whether to approve that offer, and if you do, authorize me to sign an acknowledgement of the payment and release of any claim to further attorney's fees that the county might have. Commissioner Wayne.
As I recall, we asked you to estimate what we had into it roughly, and we came up with a figure of 7, maybe 8 grand.
At the max,
outset.
yeah.
Yeah. With that in mind, I moved to approve the settlement agreement regarding attorney's fees in the Mason's BOC case.
Exactly that. $2,500 is better than nothing.
Right. We have a motion in a second. How do you vote? Aye. Aye as well. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Go get that $2,500. Which is better than nothing. A lot better than nothing.
Okay, we have come to the end of our agenda. The final item is 16, adjournment. Do I have a motion to adjourn? And then to adjourn.
Second.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye as well. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you all for being here, for all of your love. Yes.
I have an announcement from the fire department.
Okay, yes.
Last year, 2024, our fire department received a donation of Jaws of Life from Telluride. And we were really happy to, acquire it. And now we've been on that, but we had an older one, Jaws of Life, that we donated to, what's the name of that town? Dolores County Fire Department.
Up in,
Westport.
by Miramani, that new station.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
they have it. And so we're happy to announce that as we receive freely, we.
You
really-
pass on.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Len.
Thank you
That's
to
great.
Telluride, yeah.
And great to know that those equipment is being used to the full extent of its life. That's really great. Thank you for letting us know. And when we see the fire chief up in Telluride, we'll let him know about that.
I think we sent him a letter.
You let him know. Good. Yeah. All right. Well, we are adjourned. Thank you so much.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you for being